All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here about 10 minutes early. Allow people to join in. So this is going to be Tech Thursdays episode 118. The main topic this week is all going to be HEDT focused because HEDT is coming out this month. The Zen 5 base Threadrippers are launching on the 23rd of July alongside the AMD Radeon AI Pro 97. Well, did I say that correctly? Yeah. The AI Pro R9700. So that is a long name. So basically, the prosumer high-end, true high-end desktops will be launching next week. And not only is it going to be high-end desktop, it's also going to be high-end professional workstation graphics cards. So it's all pro stuff, not mainstream. And there are a couple of new motherboards that are also going to accompany the launch. But I think if you're someone who wants to do a drop-in socket upgrade, or if you're someone who wants to buy the previous motherboards, it's all the same stuff. As long as you have the BIOS update, it's going to support the 9000 series Threadripper. So all of that will be supported on the older motherboards. So that being said, let's get into this. Let's just do this one first here. AMD announces on the 23rd of July as the official launch date for Radeon AI Pro R9700 and Threadripper Pro 9000 WX series. Now, I assume that, well, I don't know if this is only going to be Threadripper Pro or if this will also be Threadripper 9000, because there's a difference. The Threadripper Pro 9000, the WX series, these support the full PCIe lanes, and these are also the ones that can take advantage of the WRX90 motherboards. Whereas the regular Threadripper 9000s, they won't really benefit from those motherboards, and likewise those motherboards won't be able to use the entire lane allocation or the full 8-channel memory controller that the Pro series has. So that's one of the big differences between Threadripper Pro and the regular Threadripper. The regular Threadripper is quad-channel memory. The Threadripper Pro is octa-channel or 8-channel memory. So, let's look at this here. Oh, actually, they're talking about the graphics cards. So this comes to us from WCCF Tech. The RDNA 4-based workstation graphics cards will be available starting on July 23rd. AMD to launch Radeon AI Pro R9700 on the 23rd of July. That's basically what it says right there. It says that the GPU will only be available in pre-built workstation systems. So I know that Gigabyte has already announced back at Computex at the end of May, Gigabyte was already talking about offering the AI Pro R9700 in their workstations for AI. So a lot of this stuff is focused on the AI market, as you guys already know. We've talked a lot about AI on this channel. I think at this point, a lot of people are getting kind of AI fatigued, but this is only another example of the push to get these sort of cards with higher VRAM buffers into the market to allow for AI training and inferencing on a strict budget. Now, the thing is, as you know, a lot of the AI workloads are making use of more than one graphics card per system. So, usually what you'll see happen is it won't just be one of these GPUs in a system. There'll be more like 8 of these per system. So you can build a rack server, or maybe, well, not really a blade server, but you could build a compute stack that features 8 of these GPUs per node. This is something that we talked about earlier this year, and we see more and more of this coming out throughout the year. Now, we've also talked about the NVIDIA RTX Professional Series. We've talked about how the Quadro brand sort of went away when the AI market really, really took off. So all of the NVIDIA professional cards, they used to be called Quadro cards. Now they're just called NVIDIA cards. So there's no distinction now. It's literally just NVIDIA professional GPU. If you're not looking at the Hopper or the really big, like the DGX chassis that has the fully integrated SoC meant for AI workloads. So that one has their CPU on there as well as a GPU. It's kind of like a giant laptop. That's the way I think of it in terms of the motherboard. That is a different design than what this is meant for. This is meant for the modular, expandable, and upgradable function of traditional GPUs. So what I like to think of is the old crypto mining rigs. If you guys remember that, typically what they would do is they'd basically put 8 or so GPUs. I think it was like 6 to 8 GPUs. Sometimes you could do a rig with like 4 of them. But you could build as many as you want, but typically up to 8 GPUs in a mining rig or a mining node, and then that would basically be on riser cables above where the actual motherboard was located. Now, what we've seen in the data center world is people aren't really doing riser cables, although what's fascinating to me is the fact that the people who were doing crypto mining like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the last big crypto wave took place during the pandemic. A lot of the infrastructure that was used for that purpose, typically for Ethereum mining and altcoin mining, a lot of that is being repurposed for AI model training and model inferencing. So there is the ability to repurpose those things. That's why the GPU itself has proven to be a very resilient device. Because when you think about the crypto market, what would happen? Eventually, people would start coming out with these ASIC mining devices that would literally just be used to mine the cryptocurrency way more efficiently than the GPUs could. So at that point, people started offloading GPUs into the market, or they would switch to mining alternative coins or altcoins, and they would use whatever they would make from those coins to convert that currency into Ethereum, or they would convert it into Bitcoin, which was probably the smarter play. But all of this stuff kind of fell off a cliff when Ethereum went to proof of stake. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago now? 2 or 3 years ago? It was a while back. So when that happened, mining became pointless for Ethereum, and that was really what killed off crypto mining at scale. So what a lot of those people did was they either sold off their GPUs and cut their losses, or at best they broke even and got out of that market altogether, and now all they do is they just hold on to Bitcoin, or they retooled for AI. But there's a learning curve required with that, because the AI stuff requires a different skill set in terms of understanding how it's actually utilized versus the way Ethereum and crypto was accumulated on the mining nodes. So it's a kind of a different world for people who were in that crypto mining industry, and now they kind of pivoted and swapped over to AI. But we have seen cards like this AI Pro R9700, used in crypto, in like professional workstation setups or professional servers or rack servers for mining, but also not really mining. Now it's really all about AI. And the thing about AI that is even more interesting than the crypto world was crypto, you could do it with relatively cheap graphics cards because the frame buffer didn't need to be more than like 8 gigabytes. Now everybody complains about 8 gigabytes being not enough VRAM for games. For AI, it's definitely not enough. Like if you think 8 gigabytes of frame buffer is not enough for a video game, it's even worse for AI. So like with a GPU, 16 gigabytes is typically enough for 1440p max settings. Now, it's not enough for 4K, as we're starting to learn with these newer games. But it is enough for 1440p. For 4K, you need more like 20 gigabytes or more today for a lot of the modern games. Now, what I find interesting is these professional cards have double the VRAM compared to the non-professional variant. So basically, what this graphics card is, this is basically a 9070 XT with twice the amount of VRAM. So instead of using the DRAM chips that give you 16 gigabytes total, you now have double 16. So 16 times 2 is 32 gigabytes.
My PC just gave up. What do I do?
Your PC just gave up. What do I do? Well, what happened to it? Well, what happened? You said it just gave up. What do I do? Well, what does that mean? How are you able to send the super chat if it just gave up? I guess you're on your phone or something, or a different device. And are we talking laptop? Are we talking desktop? I need more details. The PC just gave up. What happened? Did it lose power? Did the battery die? He just wants a new PC. Is that people just want to upgrade in the summer because it's the summertime? Unless you're in the southern hemisphere, then it's the winter time. That's another time to upgrade. I guess people upgrade typically in the summer and the winter. That's what I've realized. Most people will do their upgrade in the summer or in the winter. You don't see a lot of people upgrading in the spring and the fall. Even though sometimes the fall has some pretty good deals. So the AMD Radeon AI Pro R9700 is basically the professional version of the 9070 XT. So we talked about this card before, but depending on how much this card costs, this card could be a very good option for AI. For AI workloads. It could also be a good option for gaming, believe it or not, because with 32 gigs of VRAM, as Fake Frames pointed out, Indiana Jones needs 20 gigabytes of VRAM for path traced 1440p. So that means a card like this coming in at, I don't know, like what, $1,500 or something? At $1,500, this would be a pretty good deal for this would be the most affordable 32 gigabyte graphics card. Now, where it would fall short is you wouldn't really want to game on this above 1440p, but you wouldn't have trouble with VRAM allocation because this card has 32 gigs of VRAM. And the sad reality is people are so desensitized to spending over $1,000 on a graphics card now. I get all these people asking about wanting to buy, like they want to know, should they buy an RTX 5080? So that means they're contemplating spending around $1,400 for a 16 gigabyte graphics card. To me, that is a waste of money. That is not a good investment. That is not a good use of funds for building a computer in 2025 if you're spending that much money and you're only getting the minimum 16 gigabytes of VRAM. See what I mean? So you can get 16 gigabytes for way, way cheaper. And you're not even really giving up that much performance in the process. So this is going to be a really good choice for a lot of people that just want that 32 gigs of VRAM. Now, the only problem with it is they say that this will only be sold in pre-built workstations. That's a huge bummer. I don't think that's actually true. I don't think that's true. Typically, Newegg will sell Radeon Pro graphics cards. I know Micro Center sells some Radeon Pro, but Micro Center typically doesn't sell the really, really expensive ones. It's like you can't buy for instance, you can't go to Micro Center and buy a W7900. Like, they don't sell those at Micro Center, as far as I know. You can get up to a W7700, which is an expensive card. That's like a $1,000 card. with 16 gigs of VRAM. It is a professional variant of the 7700 XT. So I don't know. I have a feeling that if someone really wants these, they'll be able to buy them off a Newegg without having to buy a pre-built system. But I think this is a very good choice for a lot of people, even gamers. But I don't really think gamers should buy this unless they really want the VRAM, unless they want to do a lot with something like ray traced, path traced. They're going to run a lot of VRAM, they're going to run a lot of textures, maxing out all the VRAM. That is where the 32 gigs of VRAM is really going to shine. So here's a statement from AMD. To meet this demand, AMD is pleased to announce the upcoming availability of workstation systems featuring the AMD Radeon AI Pro R9700, its most advanced professional graphics for local... Okay, here's the keyword. Local AI development and high throughput inference. This is the targeted use case, which means anyone who's doing AI development, this is what it's for. These GPUs will be available in pre-built workstation systems. Okay, yeah, they will be available. This is just a blanket statement. They will be available for purchase from Newegg. I just don't know when. They may not have them on the launch day. Pre-builds will get first choice, and then, you know, Newegg will get some through the distribution channel. That's usually how it goes. So here we have an example of the performance. So 32 gig VRAM for larger AI models. So in gray we have the GeForce RTX 5080 with its measly 16 gigs of VRAM. So obviously it only has 16 gigs of VRAM. It's automatically going to lose. It's automatically going to lose in everything. I can already tell. Without even seeing this, I already know it's going to lose. But I didn't know it would lose this much. 361% faster in Phi 3.5 Q4. 437% faster in Minstrel Small 3.1, which is a 24 billion parameter in 2503 Q8. Now, here's the one that's really interesting. DeepSeek R1, 32 billion parameter on Distill Quinn, 454% faster. And then 32 billion on Q6 standard, 447% faster. And then 496% faster Quinn 3, 32 billion parameter Q6 with large prompt. Large prompt meaning it will cycle through over 3,000 tokens. Okay. Almost 500% faster. That's crazy. Wouldn't you be better off with the Strix Halo Mini PC for this? You could be, but you know, the thing about, here's the thing. Here's the reason why this is what they're trying to compare. Because as I was talking about this earlier, remember when we were talking about the big hopper, like the big all-in-one for model training? The Strix Halo is kind of like that. It's a fixed system. It's a fixed unit SoC. So it's like a quantity one Strix Halo AI on the spot. That's how it works. Whereas with this is your traditional modular server or modular workstation-based solution where you can stack up to 8 of these graphics cards together in a cluster. You can't cluster Strix Halo because it's like an all-in-one. So it's definitely more for doing AI on a budget for an independent developer or someone who is doing like AI app development for not necessarily AGI use case, but it's more of like hobbyist. Whereas this is definitely for business professionals that are going to buy 8 of these graphics cards and install all 8 of them into like a Threadripper system or something, you know, or an Epic system or an Intel Sapphire Rapids or Granite Rapids server. That is what this is for. So you get the modularity benefit of the GPUs. This is why at the beginning of this live stream, we were talking about cryptocurrency and how there was the GPU mining rigs and then there were the ASIC mining rigs. The ASIC mining rigs are kind of what Strix Halo falls into that category. Like Strix Halo unified memory architecture, very specific design. It's kind of like an all-in-one package. It's really, really good in that use case. So it's kind of like the ASICs in that regard. Whereas the traditional discrete GPU is like your tried and true modular scalable solution. By itself, you can't do anything with it. You have to have it installed in an actual system. So the actual bill of material to deploy something with the R9700 is going to ultimately cost a lot more money than if you were to get a Strix Halo mini PC. So there are some pros and cons to both solutions. It's really going to come down to how the individual or the developer or the AI company, startup, whatever the person, whoever the target buyer is, it's going to come down to how they are going to go about building their tooling, building their solution, leveraging the software stack that they're using to build their AI product. That's what it's all about. So they're meant for two different things, but they both coexist in the exact same vertical, the exact same market. But that's a good question, or it's a good point about, like, well, wouldn't you be better off with Strix Halo? So it depends. The answer is it depends. So here we have a slide with Threadripper. Okay, so here they're comparing the Threadripper Pro 9995 or the 9995 WX versus the previous Threadripper Pro 7995 WX, and they're saying up to 26% higher generational performance. So this is averaging across multiple different use cases. So they have media and entertainment, they have design and manufacturing, so they got Keyshot in here, and then architecture, engineering, and construction as well. So Corona Render, Autodesk is in there as well, 13% faster there. Software and sciences. So they've got the DeepSeek, they've got the token, they got the AI on the right-hand side here. So you've got, so it looks like AI, the new Zen 5 architecture really shines in AI. You can see up to 23% faster in DeepSeek. TTFT, so that is, I think that's like the 32 billion. I don't know what they're using with the, well, this is like a CPU benchmark, so I guess the GPU doesn't really matter. But in video editing, in Maya for professional movie cinema production, 17% faster. In V-Ray, 20% faster. In Cinebench, 19% faster. And in Adobe After Effects, 26% faster. So there are some massive, I won't say massive gains, but this is actually pretty impressive considering there's no difference in core density, and the only difference is the architecture, and maybe the clock speeds are like 100 megahertz faster or something on the base clock or boost clock. So that is actually pretty impressive that they're able to get that much IPC boost off of this. You're like up to 26% in After Effects just from changing architecture. They didn't change the node. They didn't change. There's no node shrink. There's no core update. Same amount of cores, same node, everything. It's all the same process. It's just new architecture. So that shows the difference from Zen 4 to Zen 5. And I remember last year when Zen 5 launched on consumer desktop, a lot of people were saying that it wasn't really that impressive. That's because when Zen 5 launched, everyone was looking at Zen 5 and comparing it to like Zen 4X 3D in gaming, which is not the only way to compare a CPU. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the wrong comparison. So when you're looking at generation over generation, apples to apples comparison like this, it is pretty clear that AMD is still able to extract new performance numbers just from architectural change. So that is actually quite good, considering we are running into a brick wall here with silicon nodes kind of stalling out. All right, here are the professional series Threadripper SKUs. So at the high end, the flagship is going to be that 9995WX. That's 96 cores, 192 threads. That is insane. That is so many threads in a desktop processor that could technically exist in a desktop form factor in somebody's house. That's crazy. 384 megabytes of L3 cache, and all of this in a 350 watt TDP. The suggested ETEL pricing is $11,699. Now the boost frequency is surprisingly good. 5.4 gigahertz on a 96 core CPU is quite good. But look at the base frequency, because when it comes to HEDT, the way you can tell which one is going to perform the quickest in terms of client workload behavior, it's all going to be about the base frequency. So here it has a base frequency of 2.5 gigahertz. Because the core density is so high and the TDP has to be divided across all of those cores, this is definitely, to me, this looks like it is a server CPU. It just screams that it is a server CPU adapted for the prosumer market. But that price point, though, $11,699, is definitely not consumer pricing. That is a business expense right there. That is a CapEx spend for a small, medium, or large company. So the use case here is very, very specific. But yeah, that's pretty impressive. And then they have the 64 core, 128 thread, 9985WX. This one has a much higher base clock of 3.2 gigahertz, and it is about $8,000. Then there is the 32 core, 64 thread at $4,100 or $4,099. This one is kind of the middle of the road here in terms of the professional series. 4 gigahertz boost. So notice that as you go down in core count, you go up in base frequency. That is because they all have the 350 watt TDP, which means if you have less cores, you can give each core more power budget. And that is the reason why all the way down here, the 16 core, 32 thread has a 4.5 gigahertz, boosting all the way up to 5.4 gigahertz. Now, out of all of them, the one that looks the most interesting, I would say the 24 core and the 32 core look the most interesting. But again, these are the Pro series Threadrippers. These are the ones that have the full 8-channel memory, so you can do, like 16 DIMMs or something. Is it 8-channel or is it 12-channel? I think it's 8-channel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Threadripper Pro is 8-channel because Epic is 12-channel. So, because I know with Epic, a single socket server, an Epic server can have 24 DIMMs of DDR5. So at 256 gigabyte per DIMM, that is over 6 terabytes of system RAM on a Epic server running DDR5 6000. Imagine running 6.1 terabytes of RAM at DDR5 6000. That's what I mean when I say the AMD, like the Zen 5 memory controller, is very, very buff. It's got a lot of muscles. It can lift all of that. Very impressive stuff. Okay, so that is that was kind of like the main thing I wanted to talk about, because that is, for those of you that were wondering, like, well, what's the new hardware? What's the new hardware that's coming out? Well, it's all very, very expensive, high-end desktop hardware. That is where it's at for this month. So that's coming out next week. Hopefully, regular Threadripper Zen 5 will come out soon. I don't know when it will come out, but it should be the same day, I would hope. What I'm really curious to know is, what is the actual price of the Radeon AI Pro 9700? If we go here, does Tech Power Up have that info? They do not. So it is still unknown what the price of this will be. Because I think if AMD sells this at like $1,500, they'll sell a lot of these. I'm serious. At $1,500, this will sell, $1,500 or $1,600, I think this will sell a lot. It was on a page somewhere. Someone's saying $1,250. Has anyone actually seen that anywhere? 9995WX samples are selling for $21,000. Really? That's way overpriced. According to this, it should be 11,000 something. So wait, this was 1,200? This was 1,000? Go back to the main page. What? Huh? The page where I was. This doesn't announce the price anywhere. It's here somewhere. I don't see it listed anywhere. Watch out for red text. Oh, and major NA retailer that says takes pre-orders to commence on the 23rd. And this is Threadripper. I'm not talking about Threadripper. Threadripper's prices are already known. I'm talking about the graphics card. I'm talking about this. I want to know how much this is going to cost. It's way more than that. On our, yeah, you're talking about 7,900. I'm talking about 9,700. US. Your what post? Where? What post? Hold on. Can someone confirm the price of this? We already know the price of RDNA 3 Pro. That's already understood. I'm talking about... Oh, wait. What? Oh! Radeon AI Pro 32 gigabyte listed online. Pricing expected around $1,250? What? That is such a good price. This is gonna... Oh, man, dude. No. This is the sort of price that you put when you want scalpers to buy it instantly. This is the sort of thing, if you price it this low, dude, scalpers are just gonna be like, gone, buy it up, buy 12 of them right now, buy 8 of them right now, buy 8 of them. You know why? You know why? Because everyone wants 8 of these. All the devs want 8 of these. Dude, this is 10 grand for 8 of them. 10,000. This times 8 is $10,000. That is a steal of a deal. $10,000 for 8 for a full rig for AI? What? This is like half the price of the Nvidia one. $10,000 gets you full 8 of them. What? Whoa! Oh, this is gonna sell out instantly. Oh, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. I like how they're using the old Sapphire logo from like 15 years ago. Actually, more than that. They're using the Sapphire logo from like 20 years ago on this website. Wow, this is good at $1,250. Dude, this is like such a good deal. Can you believe it at $1,200? How much is the RTX 5080? How much is the RTX 5080? Because this is how much the 5080 costs. This card is almost as fast as the 5080 and has double the VRAM. And it's like so much better than the 5080 in AI because of the VRAM. Like, this is the smart choice. This is like the high IQ, big brain choice right now. Dude, at $1,250, like the 5080 is $1,300. That's such a ripoff. Garbage. That's a garbage deal. This is like a steal of a deal. $1,250 for real? What? Forget about Threadripper. This thing is the deal, man. This is the deal. 32 gigs? You're paying $1,250 for 32 gigs. $1,250 for 32 gigs, and it's a blower style cooler. That makes it even better because it's professional. The blower style fan, everybody knows that the blower style fan will never die. The thing is literally designed to go inside a car's air conditioning system. Oh my goodness. Oh man, okay, hold on. This is really only $1,250? What? Okay, I have to mark it down. I have to mark this down for the 23rd. I gotta watch for this thing then. If it's really that much money, okay, $1,250, July. I'm making a note, guys. Note to self, try to buy the 9700 Pro on July 23rd when it goes live. I gotta try to get one of these. For real? Like $1,200? Oh man, that is a good deal. That's a good deal. 32 gig VRAM at $1,250? That's what matters. VRAM is the king. VRAM is the king. Okay. Prepare to get one of these. At that price, I thought this was going to be like $2,000, guys. I seriously thought this was going to be like $2,000. I thought they were going to undercut the RTX, because the RTX 5090 is like $2,500, $3,000, somewhere in that range. I thought AMD was going to come in like $1,000 cheaper, but now that I think about it, so I was thinking like $1,599, like like the price of a 4090 Founders Edition is what I thought this was going to be priced at. But if it's really cheaper than that, if it's literally the same or it's cheaper than a 5080 with twice the amount of VRAM, and it's like barely slower than a 5080 in games, like legit. This is, and as soon as the 5080 runs out of VRAM, it chugs. God awful, terrible GPU. Absolutely the worst GPU from NVIDIA's 50 series lineup. So this at $1,250 is the play. Not even a 5080 with 24 gigs can beat this, because this is still 32 gigs. This thing has the same amount of VRAM as a 5090, while costing less than half the price of the 5090. Like, for real. Like, this is gonna just get gobbled up by AI. Like, legit, all the AI developers, all the startup companies, they're gonna buy it up in bulk. I can guarantee it. It's gonna go out of stock in an instant. All those AI companies are gonna make their bulk quantity orders. You don't even stand a chance. You don't even stand a chance. And the other problem is no one's gonna limit this to one per person. No one's gonna limit this to one per person. You know why? Because this is supposed to be business to business. This is not supposed to be sold to scalpers and gamers. This is supposed to go to actual companies who buy more than one. We're talking like they're gonna buy like 300 of these in one shot. That's what I'm talking about. So they're not gonna be like limit one per customer. No, that's not how they do that with these professional cards. So you can guarantee this stuff is gonna like end up in the hands of scalpers and companies. It's not gonna go to like gamers who want 32 gigs of VRAM, unfortunately. Is it a day one purchase for me personally? I'll be honest with you, not really, because I don't really need it for like what I want to do. Unless we're really, really seriously wanting to look at like AI use case. And even with one, you can do a lot with AI. But realistically, what people want to do with this is they want to buy like 8 of these and stick them in a server or a workstation. That's what this is for. I mean, that's the reason why, guys, that's the reason why AMD's launching this the exact same day as Threadripper, because they want their attach rate. They want people who are building like AI inferencing servers or whatever they want to do with it. They want them to buy Threadripper and also at the same time go ahead and buy this GPU. At $1250, dude, this is like, oh my goodness, this is like the best deal I've seen all year. This and the 9070 XT are like the best priced graphics cards this year. I don't think Micro Center will have this. At least not for several months. Ronaldo, welcome to the channel. Most DGPU price has been third degree reservation, volume pulled ahead in the production schedule, but the end sellers charge on first degree. This is business to business though. This is not meant for consumer. So this is a little bit different. Because what you'll have... So here's the thing, guys. You know how we always talk about Newegg, Micro Center, and all those kind of things? Well, when it comes to buying Radeon AI Pro, we don't talk about Micro Center or... Sometimes Newegg has these, but I don't think Newegg will have these at launch. This is gonna be like OEM system integrators. So, like, for example, Lenovo will have access to these for their Think stations. Gigabyte will have access to these for their pre-built workstation AI top machines. They've already said this. We saw this at Computex a few months ago. So that they will have for sure. But if you want to buy this as an individual, typically you don't go to Newegg. You go to like CDW or a company called TD Synnex. And if you don't know, if you've never heard of those companies, you're not the sort of person that should be looking at buying this. But this is the sort of thing that is going to get a lot of attention in the developer world. I can guarantee you that. Not only because of the AI, but because small independent developers could get one of these so they could test things like FSR4 with this, because this is already in a 4. And it has 32 gigs of VRAM. This is like the best GPU all year. Probably. Now, I still think 9070 XT, half the VRAM and like half the price of this is probably that's like the gamer's choice. But yeah, so far this year, all of the NVIDIA GPUs are disappointing. The Intel GPUs are only at the entry level and they're never in stock. And if they are in stock, they're overpriced. And then the AMD ones, at least the first quarter, so March, April, May, they were always out of stock and they were overpriced, just like the NVIDIA cards. So we're starting to see more and more of the consumer Radeon cards show up at lower prices. So things for GPUs are becoming more and more available to the average gamer, but we're definitely still way outside of MSRP. For both AMD and NVIDIA. Just NVIDIA's worse than AMD right now. So it's like I can't recommend any of the NVIDIA cards because it's like they're so overpriced that they're not worth it. And the AMD cards, though they're overpriced, they're technically the better choice in a lot of ways. So I don't know. Only an Intel Arc B770 would be interesting if Intel... Yeah, that would be interesting, but again, like you're still talking like upper entry level GPU. You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking about a GPU that's going to compete with what? A 5060 Ti or something? Like it's not something that enthusiasts are going to be really, really interested in. It'll be an interesting card. I don't think it's going to win any like, oh, it's the best value card for the... I don't think it's going to be able to beat like 9070 XT in terms of value. I think that card basically won GPU of the year. AMD had been splitting said MSRP with OEMs on commercial. On consumer, AMD and NVIDIA let the channel call the price on all of their products average discounting. What about professional, though? You're saying AMD had been splitting MSRP with the OEM. This is a commercial product. Wouldn't you say this is labeled as commercial? This is not consumer. This is commercial. Commercial GPUs are Pro and NVIDIA. There's two commercial. There's Radeon Pro and there's NVIDIA. Those are the two brands. For consumer, there are two brands. There's Radeon and there's GeForce. Those are the two consumer. But we're talking commercial. Commercial. We're talking, guys, like, you know how I can tell the difference between commercial and consumer? If someone can't drop $10,000 on 8 of these R9700s, they're not cut out to be considered commercial. They're consumer. That's the difference. If they're not going to be doing their accounting, the tax write-offs on the CapEx, when they file the taxes next year, they're definitely not commercial. They're consumer. There's a difference. This is commercial. Discount right now is less than 50%, and for NVIDIA it is less than 25%. Man, you're saying AMD's discount, commercial discount, is around 35%, 40% discount, depending on quantity. You're saying NVIDIA's discount is only less than 25%. That means NVIDIA is making so much money off of their commercial customers. If they're only discounting at less than 25%, that means NVIDIA is looking at, say, 76%. Worst case scenario, 76% of the MSRP NVIDIA is getting. But AMD is only getting, worst case scenario, 51% of their MSRP. That is insane. And they're willing to sell this at $1,250. If they had a solid CUDA path, you would consider 2 for rendering. The thing is, can't you use OpenCL for a lot of that stuff? I don't know how ROCm plays into like V-Ray. I don't think it has anything to do with V-Ray. So I don't know. I'm asking the wrong questions here probably. I mean, why did it show V-Ray benchmarks in the article then? You're talking about V-Ray CUDA specific. That's what you're talking about. Hold on, let me go back to the original article. I need to duplicate this tab. They gave some benchmarks here. They said V-Ray up to 20%, but what sort of V-Ray is this? Is this like OpenCL V-Ray? Because they have benchmarks against... Oh, no, this is Threadripper. Never mind. Never mind. That's Threadripper. Never mind. They gave... Okay, all they did was like AI stuff here on the GPU. Never mind. V-Ray is CPU CUDA. Yeah, okay. I know. I forgot that this is a CPU benchmark. Yeah. Very interesting, though, man. This, to me, though, this is very, very tempting. I'm going to tell you guys, for real, this is very tempting. A Radeon AI Pro R9700 for $1,250 gets you 32 gigabytes of VRAM. That is the cheapest way to get 32 gigs of VRAM on a graphics card. That is insanely good deal. This is such a good deal because there's like such bad deals right now with GPUs. One thing that's really enticing is the fact that it is a blower style cooler. This is the absolute best cooler design. Anyone who works in IT knows this to be true. the impeller design, which is the axial design, is inferior to the radial. Now it depends on what you're cooling, but if you want to stack these together, if you want to put 8 of these into a server, into like a 3RU server box or a 2RU, I think this would fit in a 2RU, 2 or 3RU rack unit server. You want the blower style. You want the radial cooler because this is going to last forever compared to axial fans, and it's not going to lose the static pressure when you stack GPUs right next to each other. So the blower style is vastly superior in a lot of ways. And if you're going to put this into a Threadripper system, it's also better than an axial because it's a 2-slot design. So you can put more than one of these in the Threadripper system, stack them as close together as possible, and there's no concern with airflow because of the radial fan's superior static pressure. So real good stuff. It's going to compete with a 5080 24 gigabyte. If this is the same price as the 5080 24 gig, I'm still going to get this. Because why? Because 32 gigs is greater than 24 gigs. So the battle is over before it even begun. It's all about VRAM. VRAM is that is the thing that everyone looks at now. When they're making purchasing decisions, they always look at the VRAM. Like if you don't have a lot of VRAM, you're low end. If you don't have more than 16 gigs of VRAM, if you're at 16 gigs of VRAM, you're like mainstream. You're like mainstream. You aren't even like considered high end. You're just like normal. That's like normal. You know what I'm saying? Like 16 gigs of VRAM is normal. There's nothing exceptional about it in 2025. So the 5080 automatically just dies. It just burns and crashes because it's 16 gigs of VRAM at the same price point as this card. So, terrible card. Okay. So that covers this. That was like the first main article that I wanted to talk about. So for those of you that are building high-end desktop, true high-end desktop, like real true high-end, HEDT high-end desktop, next week is the week. Threadripper, Zen 5, and Radeon AI Pro launching July 23rd. Okay. All right. Let's move on now. Is this another Threadripper series listed on a retailer pre-order to commence this? Okay, well, that's the same sort of article. What else we got here? Threadripper. Oh, okay. Here we go. Regular Threadripper is in the house. Regular Threadripper. So, this one is Ultra Instinct Threadripper. Not for the average person, because most people do not have the ability to go Ultra Instinct in their entire life. Someone can live their entire life from birth to death and never achieve Ultra Instinct. This is Ultra Instinct Threadripper. So we're not going to talk about this anymore. Instead, we're going to talk about normal Threadripper. The regular, average, everyday Threadripper. So this one, early benchmarks for the 9980X reveal up to 16% better multi-core performance than its predecessor. And remember, this is the exact same node, exact same core density. The only difference is the IPC, the instructions per clock, going from the Zen 4 architecture to the Zen 5 architecture. So there's going to be 3 SKUs. All right, let's take a look at this first. So Threadripper, new Workstation King. This is the new Workstation King. The new king, Threadripper 9000. The name is over 9,000. Offering generous uplifts over the last generation in both single and multi-threaded operations. Man, oh, this is very tempting to do another PC live stream build featuring a Threadripper 9000. Threadripper 9000 gets benchmarked in Geekbench, delivers up to 11%, so 11% faster single-threaded performance and 16% multi-thread performance versus the 7980X. So let's look at this. The newest Threadripper is now being benchmarked more frequently. There's going to be reviews soon. Next week, you can expect all the tech reviewers are going to be putting out their Threadripper reviews. From the Threadripper 9000 to Threadripper Pro 9000WX, we are seeing the benchmarks leak. If you remember, the Threadripper, which is the flagship Zen 5 workstation, recently broke a world record of achieving the highest score in Passmark. What did it achieve? 147,481 in Passmark. Single thread, 4,594. Now, I don't know what this means because I don't do Passmark benchmarks. I haven't seen those, so I have no idea. But according to this, it is the fastest CPU of all desktops. It is the fastest of the fast, beating even the professional Zen 4 of the last generation. Man, that's fast. Okay. In Geekbench, 3,259 single thread and 28,666 on multi-core score. Look at that, 666 on the multi-core. How often do you ever see that happen? All right. This was uploaded earlier today. So this is a real deal. Somebody tested it with the Asus Workstation TRX50 Sage. And they had, did they say how much RAM? 128 gigabytes of RAM. 32 cores. No, that's wrong. Oh, that's one cluster. One cluster was 32 cores. So if you're talking two clusters, that's 64 cores, 128 threads. Or Geekbench doesn't know how to scale beyond 32 cores or something. I don't know. That's kind of weird. It says cluster 1, 32 cores. That's weird. All right, the same CPU is now comfortably beating its predecessor at Geekbench, delivering decent generational uplifts. The processor scored those scores. And then we have here another one. Somebody tested with the Gigabyte TRX50 Aero D. Aero D is the most affordable Threadripper motherboard, for those that don't know. $600 motherboard right there. So it looks like there's how they get their 11% on the single thread and the 16% on the multi-thread. When compared to its predecessor, the Threadripper... Okay, so they basically repeat what they said in the title. The processor features a base clock of 3.2 gigahertz, boost clock of 5.4 gigahertz, which is 300 megahertz higher than the 7980X. The TDP remains the same at 350 watts, and therefore, considering both CPUs consume the same amount of power at max load, the 9980X delivers superior performance per watt. But we already kind of know this because we've seen this from the consumer mainstream Zen 5 launch last year. AMD's Ryzen Threadripper is created for enthusiasts who need the power of dozens of cores for crunching big numbers or carrying out intensive professional workloads. Yeah, this is not for regular people. This is meant for the special enthusiast, the power user, the video editor, the professional developer, maybe an indie game developer who wants to either set up the game on a localized server, for example, and run it in a VM cluster. If they want to simulate different clients, for example, in a game environment. This is basically for specific use cases that are real work. Real work. Not someone who's going to sit there and play Minecraft for like 17 hours or some nonsense. You know what I'm talking about? Like none of that stuff. Okay, for enterprises, the Threadripper Pro 9000WX series is even more powerful since it offers up to 96 cores and 192 threads of configuration. These processors should be launched for sale before the end of this month. Okay, so that we already know. So next week, hopefully the regular Threadripper launches, because you guys know me, I am interested in this. I am not interested in the Ultra Instinct monochromatic Threadripper Pro. I am far more interested in regular Threadripper. Now, what I want to see though is like how I need to do some research on like Linux versus Windows 11 in terms of NUMA aware, because the cool thing about Threadripper is you can run it in either unified memory architecture mode or you can run it in non-uniform memory architecture mode. And if people don't know what I'm talking about, this is probably not for them. Just saying. But this is sort of a functionality that Threadripper can do, meaning you can break it up into multiple virtual CPUs, so you can do things like make one Threadripper core cluster be meant for gaming, so your games will never go to other CCDs, for example, or other core clusters. And you can assign VMs or whatever to other ones. You can do static pinning if you want, but you can do process lasso with regular CPUs. What I'm talking about is running it in NUMA mode, non-uniform memory architecture mode. And you can load this thing up with 1 terabyte of memory running at DDR5-8000 or maybe even 6400. It's all 1 DPC anyway. So with like a 256 gigabyte DIMM, 256 gigabytes times 4 means 1 terabyte of DDR5 6400 mega transfers, no problem. It will work. So this is definitely for the power user. This is for the developer. This is for the real deal, not for some rando who wants to play World of Warcraft or Minecraft or I don't know, Expedition 33 or whatever. I mean, you can play Expedition 33 on this. It might be Game of the Year. Who knows? But we'll see. We've looked at Threadripper. The nice thing about Threadripper, though, like, if you fire up a game that is so CPU demanding, like it's so stupidly CPU demanding, it'll just go and use all 32 threads on a 16 core. You throw it on one of these, this thing's still got capacity. That's the beauty of the Threadripper. It don't care. It's gonna keep on chugging along with so much overhead, so much capacity ready and available. It's like a bottomless well of resources, of compute resources. So you can run a game like Monster Hunter Wilds, the most CPU demanding game to come out in 2025, and it'll take it. And you can do other things. You can run a whole bunch of other stuff. You can run a stream software, outputting like full, like full HD 60 or 1440 60 or whatever. You can record 4K while playing something like that. Like the amount of ability that this gives you, the amount of power that Threadripper gives you is just not for the regular person. It is super good. So Donkey Kong graphics is a bit disappointing. We will probably look at Donkey Kong Bonanza this weekend on the weekend stream. We will be either revisiting the Nintendo Switch 2, and we'll be looking at various games, but probably Donkey Kong Bonanza. And or the alternative is, well, there's no reason to play Monster Hunter Wilds this weekend, so we probably won't do that. Yeah, it's probably going to be Switch 2. It's going to be Switch 2 focused. Unless you guys want to see more Elden Ring Night Rain. And I'm pretty sure most people here don't want to see more Elden Ring Night Rain. So the choices are Elden Ring Night Rain or Donkey Kong Bonanza. Those are the choices for the weekend stream. It's one or the other, you know? Like, and the benefit of the Switch 2 one is we might play more than just Donkey Kong Bonanza. Because it was hard for me to break the habit of playing Elden Ring Night Rain. I was so badly addicted to Elden Ring that I had to like cold quit Night Rain after I unlocked the Guardian's Darkness outfit. I literally forced myself to not touch that game for the last, 72 hours or more. And I was able to break the cycle. So currently, I have not touched Night Rain since the last time you guys saw me live stream the game. Which I think was, last Saturday or whatever? Or it was Sunday? Oh, that's not true, because I played it on Sunday. I don't think I streamed my last playthrough with Night Rain. But yeah, so much Night Rain. So much Night Rain. That game is going to be on Game of the Year list. I can guarantee you right now. That game is definitely going to be on Game of the Year list. But the thing is, Donkey Kong Bonanza might be on Game of the Year list too, man. I don't know. This channel's turning into the channel that only covers games that are Game of the Year contender. I don't know. Well, that's not true. We've streamed games that are probably... Yeah, we streamed, First Berserker Kazan and Stellar Blade and some other games. None of those games. The Yakuza game. None of those games are going to... Dynasty... Those aren't going to win any awards. Just saying. But yeah. Alright, that was off topic. So yeah, Threadripper next week. Hopefully Micro Center will have the regular 9000 series. It's going to come down to the reviews, to be honest. But I think, if you're someone who skipped all the recent Threadrippers, and you want a true high-end desktop, Threadripper 9000 is going to be where it's at. I can already tell. This is going to be, the secret best choice. There's always those secret builds. Those secret builds where you can build a high-end desktop as a individual consumer, and you can keep the computer for 10 years, and it'll still be good. Okay. What is this? Is this another... Oh, that's that other one. Okay. Well...
Donkey Kong is massively overrated. We played for 15 minutes and my GF was already feeling dizzy. It is better than Mario Odyssey, but still not nearly as good as Astrobot.
Okay. That's a really good... I like that you brought up Astrobot. That's the first I've ever heard anyone mention Astrobot. And I did think about Astrobot when the Donkey Kong reviews went live. I was thinking about Astrobot because everyone was like, oh, this is the best platformer since Mario Odyssey. And everyone was saying that, and I was like, they're making the comparison with Mario, with Mario World Odyssey. The reason why everyone's making that comparison is because the development team that made Odyssey is the exact same team that made Donkey Kong Bonanza. So that's why everyone's doing that comparison. But I was thinking, Astrobot won Game of the Year last year. That was Game of the Year 2024. So I was surprised, no one's comparing Donkey Kong to Astrobot, and yet they're talking about how, oh, this is a Game of the Year contender. Well, if they're gonna say it's a Game of the Year contender, you probably want to actually make that comparison. But so far, you're the first I've ever heard of anyone mentioning Astrobot and Donkey Kong, and I guess Mario Odyssey in the exact same comment. So yeah, that is a very interesting comparison. So you're saying that it's not nearly as good as Astrobot. So that means that... So what I can tell you is I have played Bonanza. I played the beginning part of it. The part where you're in the cave, the tutorial part where you learn how to play the game. I've done all of that already, off stream. So when we do pick up Donkey Kong on stream tomorrow or this weekend, it's not going to be from the very, very beginning of the game. It's going to be like from, you know, I guess chapter 1 or whatever the first sub-layer is. That's where the stream will start, for those curious. But yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza versus Astrobot is a very good comparison, and one that I have not heard reviewers even discussing at all. But everyone's saying Donkey Kong Bonanza is Game of the Year material. It's Game of the Year material. You know, what I find fascinating is that two games that are both console exclusives. Donkey Kong is a Switch 2 exclusive. You can't even play it on the original Switch. It is a Switch 2 native exclusive game. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is a PlayStation 5 exclusive game. It's a timed exclusive. It will come to other platforms later this year, probably, you know, November, December timeframe. But for now, it is a PlayStation 5 exclusive. So the fact that everyone is saying that Death Stranding 2 and Donkey Kong, two exclusive platform games, one is PlayStation exclusive, one is Nintendo exclusive, are eligible for Game of the Year is very interesting, because I feel like those games are going to probably get on... Well, okay, I don't know if Donkey Kong... I haven't played enough Donkey Kong to even make that conclusion, but the fact that people are talking about it, the fact that industry experts like reviewers, whatever, game reviewers, media outlets are talking about Donkey Kong being Game of the Year and Death Stranding 2 being Game of the Year worthy is fascinating, because we haven't had a lot of games that are literally locked down to one or two platforms that actually go to Game of the Year. Like, they don't like, it's rare. It happens. Astrobot proved it. Astrobot was a PlayStation 5 exclusive that literally won Game of the Year last year. So, very, very interesting stuff. That meaning some of the most high quality games are exclusive games. Think about that. We may talk about that a little bit later in the stream if you guys want. If you guys want to discuss like Game of the Year worthy games. Donkey Kong Game of the Year. Well, some of the reviewers are saying that it's they're not saying that it's Game of the Year. They're saying that it's Game of the Year worthy, which means it might be nominated for Game of the Year. So we'll see. PlayStation 6 likely to feature 24 gigabytes of RAM for advanced ray tracing and machine learning without raising costs. Whatever that means. I don't know. I think PlayStation 6 is coming out in 2027. So it's still like more than 2 years away. It's 2.5 years away. Or maybe a little less than 2.5 years away at this point in time. So I think it's 2027. We don't know what it'll do. I don't know what Sony's going to do for handhelds. I know that they need to put some kind of fixed handheld out. The PlayStation Portal is not good enough unless they really want to ramp up production there, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think they need to put some kind of handheld out, like the Switch 2. So that's all I have to say on this article. Okay, Intel's Nova Lake AX reportedly brings up to 48 Xe3 cores, but the launch is not guaranteed. So Nova Lake... This is the strongest processor lineup we have heard of when it comes to the integrated graphics, but it's still possible. That means this might be a mobile... They're talking about mobile here. This is like the successor to Lunar Lake, probably. So, Intel's rumored Nova Lake AX, which is reportedly an enthusiast-grade Series 4 mobile platforms. Mobile platforms. So what's happening now is Intel is trying to double down on maintaining its lead in the mobile PC market, because they cannot continue to lose in all three verticals. They're losing in desktop. They're losing in server, in enterprise. They're losing in HEDT, but they're still winning in laptop, although that is where AMD is really trying to take the fight to them with stuff like Strix Halo. Last year they had Strix Point. Last year Snapdragon also kind of like entered the fray with like a big splash of Snapdragon Elite models like ARM, Windows on ARM, you know, that stuff. That was all last year. So that kind of like fizzled out a bit. But AMD has just been relentless with their assault. The onslaught of like Strix Point last year, which had superior battery life, higher core and thread count density compared to Intel's Lunar Lake, which was only really meant for the thin and light Ultrabook, which means if somebody wanted a discrete NVIDIA graphics card in their laptop, they had to get an AMD CPU because there were no, like, you're never going to buy a Lunar Lake with an NVIDIA GPU. It was never going to be an option. So you were forced to getting an AMD plus NVIDIA. So that was kind of like a big uh-oh moment for Intel. So Intel got Arrow Lake on a laptop out earlier this year, and those are doing relatively well as expected in the enterprise market. So like business laptops. And I blame AMD's incompetence, or I guess their lack of the ability to get really good OEM wins. We talked about this last week on Tech Thursdays, how AMD has Strix Halo, which is such an amazing piece of technology, yet they don't have this portfolio of mobile devices that feature it. They have that one Asus gamer thing, which is like, really? It's like a convertible tablet thing? Like, okay, whatever. Then there's that one HP laptop, which was such a disappointment. I mean, it's like, come on. You have like brilliant hardware, and you're going to pair it up with like some HP thing? Like, really? Come on. Like, what are you guys doing? So AMD makes really good hardware that they don't know how to sell because they can't partner up. They can't get design wins in mobile. And this is why Intel continues to dominate for the most part in the mobile space, regardless of Snapdragon, regardless of AMD having so many good SoCs for mobile right now. And then AMD also has like the Ryzen 9000 series for mobile, which goes into like the gamer laptops. It's like, okay, whatever, because that's going to go neck and neck with Arrow Lake. So Arrow Lake mobile versus all these different AMD things. It's like, well, what do we choose? Like, you know what? Everyone's just going to default Intel in the mobile space because of availability. That's how it always is. So the fact that they're saying Nova Lake might not be guaranteed as a launch, this indicates to me that either they're having trouble figuring out, like, how are they going to manufacture it? And usually those decisions have already been made, meaning they have to go with TSMC, or they wanted to go with Intel's 18A, but had issues with yields or something. And that's why now it's kind of in the air. Like, what are they going to do? We're scrambling to figure it out. So Intel still has some kind of weird problems that I'm not even sure why they're having these problems. My assumption is that it's all being blamed on the foundry. I don't know. They're having so many problems with getting their foundry up to speed to be competitive with TSMC. It's amazing how far behind they've fallen. And it's like they've dug themselves into a hole and they don't really know how to get out of it. They need some miracle like Donkey Kong to come in there and just punch holes through the walls and just get them out of that hole using Donkey Kong Bonanza powers or something like that. I don't know. Nova Lake reportedly features up to 28 cores and an incredible 384 execution units based on their XE3 architecture. All right. Okay, and here is their GPU lineup. Alchemist was 2022. Battle Mage was last year. Celestial is next year. Druid is 2027. Or, no, 2028. Yeah, 2028. So, next year, we will see Intel's new Celestial Arc GPU. So the Arc C series is going to come out next year, and it is supposed to be very, very good. Celestial is supposed to be the magical one. Druid is going to be even better, but Celestial is supposed to be the magical GPU that brings Intel into everyone's attention. Like, it's going to grab the attention of all the people who are looking for that value for money GPU. Now, where Intel needs to prove themselves is not necessarily with the gamers. They need to prove themselves with the OEMs. So if the performance of the product is good, it will find its way into system integrators. It will find its way into pre-builds, into OEM desktops with discrete GPU. But again, Intel, when it comes to the GPUs from Intel suffers from the same problem that has always plagued AMD, and that is volume. Intel has never been able to produce enough graphics chips, to make a big dent in the GPU space. And there are a lot of reasons for that. One, no one really trusts their GPUs. So why should they spend millions of dollars to have TSMC manufacture a whole bunch of GPUs if no one wants to buy them? So it's kind of like the chicken and the egg problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one wants to buy the Intel GPU. They're not going to build hundreds of thousands of GPUs if no one's going to buy them. So they're going to keep the supply short. Now, if they don't have good supply, no one knows about them, system integrators don't want to buy them unless they're super heavily discounted, but because they're not having high volume quantities for sale, no one wants to bulk purchase them, so they're not going to find their way into OEMs. These are the kind of problems that AMD has suffered from when it comes to first it was their CPUs, then their GPUs, or both of them. Then they got better and better with the CPU, and more people wanted to buy their CPUs. The same thing played out in the server world, although AMD pulled the NVIDIA thing in the server world, and that's why AMD is like rapidly gaining in server. And what do I mean when I say AMD did the NVIDIA thing? A lot of people thinking that means they raise prices. No, that's not. That's like the other NVIDIA thing. The NVIDIA thing to do is when you want to win and you are not immediately like capable of just outright winning then and there because of the way that the game is played, what do? You change the rules of the game. You change the way the game is played. If you can't just win outright, you change the rules. What AMD did in the server space, that was the most innovative thing that business practice, as far as business practices go, is AMD stopped charging per socket. They started charging per core. So if you didn't need a second CPU in the server, you didn't need to pay for one, but you could still get the high core density that you normally would have had to buy a second CPU to pull that off. What do I mean by this? If you wanted a 32 core server, you had to buy two 16 core CPUs. But because AMD was able to dense pack EPYC with 32 cores in one SKU or in one CPU, they could go with one socket. They could sell a one CPU server that still fulfilled the 32 core requirement for the customer. This drastically dropped the price of the server up front, so the CapEx spend was significantly lower. Customers saw thousands of dollars of savings in one server. You can imagine if they're refreshing their entire lineup, they need to buy like 2,000 servers or more. Imagine the CapEx savings for the procurement guy from like Microsoft or Apple, or I don't know about Apple, but whoever's buying the server from AMD or Dell or whoever's going to buy the server, they can save hundreds, if not millions of dollars by going with a single 32 core CPU instead of a dual socket 2 CPU, 16 times 2 cores. So from like Intel with the Xeon. So this is where AMD changed the rules of the game and made themselves very well known now in the data center world. And it becomes a snowball effect. As more and more customers become aware of this business model, they are more interested in it. So they're going to start asking the OEMs who build the servers and sell fully supported, like 3-year warranty, 5-year warranty, 7-year warranty support, extended support, all that stuff, the support contracts. Now there's incentive for them to actually offer more AMD EPYC-based servers because now the customers they prefer paying in that licensing model as opposed to like a per socket licensing model that was the original way that Intel did everything. So that's kind of like an example of how AMD changed the rules of how the game was played in their favor. So NVIDIA does this all the time with graphics. This is why NVIDIA maintains their lead in graphics, because they always keep reinventing. They keep changing the rules of the game. If you cannot win outright in frame rate, what do? You invent you invent fake frames. And you grade the performance by the total frame rate. That's how NVIDIA wants it to be. NVIDIA believes you should grade it by top frame numbers. Who cares if it's synthetic frames or native frames? In NVIDIA's mind, it is total frames. And if AMD comes back with their own frame generation, now they have the exact same frame rate. So what is NVIDIA going to do? Multi-frame gen. 2x the frames. 4x the frames. So it's like, hey guys, we're still winning. We have 4 times the frames. AMD Turin and Bergamo, Genoa, Sienna, plus 4,000. Granite plus Emerald plus Sapphire is 55%. That is some scary stuff for Intel, man. I did not know AMD was that close. AMD was that close. This is like Goku fighting Frieza, where Frieza still had the higher power level. That's insane. That it's that close now. They came from nothing. They literally came from nothing. I keep thinking of King Leonidas in the movie 300. What did he say? He says something like, give them nothing and take from them everything. That's what he said. That's basically what AMD is doing to Intel right now in the server space. That's insane. They came from nothing. A decade ago, AMD's server market share was like less than 1%. Less than 1%. They weren't even on the map. So you're adding all the old stuff? You're adding all the old Intel Xeons that are still out there that haven't been refreshed yet? Yeah, well, one of the reasons why... Okay, I'll tell you why AMD is becoming more and more... Hold on, is there anything else we want to talk about? Because we're about to bust out paint for servers. Wait, I just realized there's a problem. Okay, that was incorrectly spelled. Okay, we talked about EPYC. We talked about... Well, we're going to talk about EPYC now. We talked about Threadripper. We talked about the Radeon Pro. We talked about Intel Arc. So next year is Intel Arc Celestial, for those that don't know. And that is when Intel will finally put out a big GPU. The real deal GPU. There was one more. Was there one more thing in the Wuchang? Okay, we'll probably talk about the gaming stuff at the very end, so we'll leave that up on the board here. Because that's one thing I want to talk about. I want to talk about system requirements for this game. But let's go to paint. So one of the things that's making AMD... And I gotta find something real quick. Yeah, here's what I wanted to look at. One of the things that is very fascinating is when you look at the time frame. Let's put this up here. When you look at 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, and beyond. One of the things that I think business customers are starting to become more aware of, because I've heard this from OEMs now, they're actually using this in their discussion, comparing the AMD and the Intel. So Intel, let's do Intel in blue. Intel has, that's not right. Intel has Whitley and Ice Lake. Whitley and Ice Lake CPUs. They also have going through next year. I don't know exactly when this one will end, but we'll just put this one like this. They also have something called Eagle Stream and Emerald Rapids. And Sapphire, which is the older one. I think Emerald is newer, right? So Sapphire Rapids, Emerald Rapids. Intel has those. Now, I think, I don't know about 2027, but they've got all this stuff. Now, AMD will do them in orange, I guess. So AMD has, actually, hold on. Intel has one more. I forgot. Intel has second, okay, they got starting from here. Starting from like here. Going into the future. I don't know where it ends, but it's like this. Intel has Birch Stream and Granite Rapids. This is the latest one. This is the Intel. So they've got all of these. AMD has, wow, that's like from so far back. I should have included 2022 on here. So AMD has, is that for real? Wow, that's okay. But I think this illustrates the point. AMD has Rome, Milan. Now, I don't know if Rome itself is going to live that long, like all the way into 2027, but it'll definitely go to 2026 or through 2026. And Milan X. AMD has those. And then AMD also has, from 2024, they've got, from like the earlier part of 2024, they've got this one going. They've got Genoa, Bergamo, Genoa X. I think the X is the special, the X3D style. And they also have Turin, which was like the end of last year. So that one was like this one. They got that one. So the thing that you'll notice, AMD will typically do three generations in one socket. Intel will do 2 generations in one socket. The pattern in the enterprise world is one that seems to be consistent with what we have seen in the desktop world. So they've got all this stuff going on. But you can see, like, look at that Rome and Milan X. Look at that crazy. That's insane crazy. How long that is. All the way. The Milan X and the Milan. Does anybody know what... do you guys know what this is? Now, I know we're talking about enterprise right now. So, most of the viewers of this live stream watch for the desktop gaming, or like the mainstream desktop. But we're talking about secret knowledge here. This is knowledge of what it means to go beyond. We are now in the Valar. We're like beyond the Maiars. We're beyond the elves. We're like talking at a higher level now. This is a higher level of existence in the CPU world. For those who understand Lord of the Rings, we are dealing directly with Maiar or above in terms of what these things are. So Rome, Milan, Genoa, Bergamo, Genoa X, Turin. These are known as the Valar. And then we've got Whitley, Ice Lake, Eagle Stream, Sapphire Rapids, Emerald Rapids, Birch Stream, and Granite Rapids. Same deal. So Mike is saying it's a great time to buy a CPU because Intel's offensive price war with manufacturing cost advantage. Bulging Ryzen in bid situation. I mean, AMD walks away being dragged down to their cost at retail. Oh, are you talking about because Intel's vertically integrated? Because, see, here's the magic. These CPUs, as far as I know, are all manufactured by Intel. These are not using TSMC. So Intel is able to find control. They're able to exhibit control over the volume directly because it is a fully integrated manufacturing and chip design. AMD doesn't have that. AMD is going on, they're relying on TSMC. This is all TSMC. So they have to be better. They have to be superior to Intel in every way to justify the price being higher. Intel has a cost advantage and still in Raptors, but not in Ultra. None of this is using TSMC. So it is all manufacturer cost advantage savings in favor of Intel. This is how Intel fights back against AMD's utter domination in computer architecture and design. Like, AMD is ahead because they are superior technically. But remember, if you only need a SAN storage server, or you need a NAS, you need an enterprise NAS, network attached storage. Let's say you need a server that does 400 terabytes of storage, and it's going to be a NAS. Or maybe you need a 5 cluster, I don't know, a storage array network like a SAN. You need to upgrade your 15-year-old SAN solution. Maybe you can migrate off of traditional fiber channel and go to iSCSI or whatever the modern one is and use U.3 NVMe, if you know what I'm saying. So if you want to do that, you don't need to buy the most high-end Turin Power Zen 5 super high dense core AI. That's what I'm talking about. You don't need any of that stuff. You don't need to pay for all this TSMC stuff if you only need some basic 400 terabytes of storage for your server. You can get the bare minimum discount bottom barrel 90% off. Give me that Sapphire Rapids El Cheapo. Let's get it in there tomorrow. 1 day lead times. That's what I'm talking about. Give me that ESMC or that HPE or that maybe even the UCS. You know, just get me those specials. Bargain bin barrel end of year discount fiscal year. Give me that 90% off. Sapphire Rapid, I don't care. See, that's how the businesses think about it. If it's literally just a basic server that's going to host some random VMs or whatever, like, you don't need the best of the best. So what I have observed, here is what is fascinating, guys. What I have found is that Intel is doing so good still at like, hey, we can sell you the cheapo cheap. We can give you like a year-end special deal, Sapphire Rapids. Does anybody here even know what this is? Do I need to like reveal their true identities? Because I bet people don't know what these things are. Everyone's like, oh, Sapphire Rapids, Emerald. I don't know what that is. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. This is a bunch of Lord of the Rings terminology. I don't understand. It's not DBZ because it's not consumer desktop. Everything here is basically like Super Saiyan 3 or above. So this is like outside the realm of most people. So let's reveal some secret identities. Let's take Sapphire Rapids. Sapphire Rapids. The true identity is about to be revealed. AKA, also known as 12th Gen. Alder Lake. Oh, look. Oh, look. Oh, my goodness. Alder Lake is still alive. Oh, my goodness. 12th Gen is still alive and well. It refuses to go away. It's Sapphire Rapids. The identity is revealed. Golden Cove. Golden Cove. Uh-oh. Golden Cove. Golden Cove, aka 12th Gen, P-Core, Alder Lake. Oh no, it's still here. I wonder why you can still buy 12th Gen at Micro Center. Why is it still around when you can't buy 13th Gen anymore? It's either 12 or 14. They're even numbers. I wonder why. Because they never killed it off. It's bargain barrel, basic cheapo special. On sale now, 90% off. Buy 3, get 1 free. Get the 4th one free. Intel Meat. Intel Meat. Okay, I don't know if I should be saying all this. I'm giving away too much secret info about Intel. All right, I'll stop there. Intel, if there's someone from Intel watches, they're like, dude, that guy, how does he know all this? Okay, we're gonna stop. That's too over the top. So I'm gonna tune that back a little bit. But basically, 12th Gen is Sapphire Rapids. Sapphire Rapids is nothing more than the server version of Golden Cove based Intel CPUs. And you know what Golden Cove is? Golden Cove is the P-Core of 12th Gen Intel. It is the P-Core. Golden Cove is P-Core. Gracemont is E-Core. There is no Gracemont on the CPU. It is P-Core only. So it is made of Golden Cove cores. That is what Sapphire Rapids is. It is 12th Gen in the server world. So now, okay. Now that we have clarified what that is, let's use another example. Let's look at AMD. Oh, Milan. Oh, Milan. What is this? This is even funnier. This one's even funnier. Who knows what Milan is? Secrets revealed. What is the true identity of Milan? And I'm not talking about the city in northern Italy. Who can tell me what the true identity of Milan is? If Sapphire Rapids was nothing more than Golden Cove Alder Lake, what is Milan? Max is saying it's Zen plus X. Nope, not quite. Zen 3, aka Ryzen 5000. Ryzen 5000. Raphael, yes. Raphael is still around. Oh my goodness, you can still buy a Zen 3 DDR4 based server in 2025, and it's not going away anytime soon. This is the reason why Ryzen 5000 and Intel's 12th gen have been available for so long. 12th gen launched in November of 2021. But here's what's even more insane. Zen 3, Ryzen 5000, launched a year before that. Which means Zen 3 literally came out during the pandemic. The first year of the pandemic. 2020. Fall 2020. Q4 2020. That was the launch of Ryzen 5000. So that is even older. Milan is even older than Sapphire Rapids. And it's still going to be around. In fact, it's still going to be for sale after Sapphire Rapids gets sunset. Which means Ryzen 5000 will be one of the longest living CPU generations of all time. Zen 3 refuses to die. The problem is, so the nice thing about Zen 3, you guys know that it's DDR4. So if someone wants a bargain barrel basic El Cheapo rack server for whatever, terabytes of storage, whatever it is, NAS, SAN, whatever, like, they don't need a lot of IOPS. They don't care about the IOPS. Or maybe it's video hosting, so the IOPS matter, but, you know, Milan is more than enough for, like, 4K streaming. So if they want to go the cheap route, this is AMD's cheap option, Milan. Rome is actually gone. What this indicates is this is the socket. This is all one socket. This is all one socket. These guys are all sharing a socket. These guys share a socket. These share a socket. These share a socket. Well, actually, these all share a socket. So technically, Turin needs to be up here. It just launched the following year after. But see, like, this is Intel's going to offer, like Mike was saying earlier, Intel is heavily discounting their Emerald Rapids, their Sapphire Rapids. So you can get super duper cheap. So hold on a second. I'm going to ask people a question. Now I'm forgetting something here. Is Eagle Stream 11th gen? Or no, that's not right. Ice Lake is 11th gen, isn't it? Or is that 10th gen? I forget. One of them is Comet Lake and one of them's like Rocket or something like that. I always forget on the older Intel ones. But anyway, the point still stands. You've got 12th gen and you have 14th gen. So they're not going away for a while. At least not until the end of next year. Sometime next year, these will be announced end of life. Intel, in order to maintain their discount-capable advantage in the enterprise market, they really need their foundry to be competitive with TSMC. They will lose their cost advantage if they start moving their server manufacturing, their actual server chip manufacturing to TSMC. So they don't want to do that because it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt profitability. They're going to have to lay off more people because they're still too top heavy. There's still too much overhead. There's probably way too much middle managers, if I'm being honest. So it's hard for them to compete. Now, they're able to hold the line, if you will, by offering these massive discounts, especially for these. This is actually kind of like end of life now. But the point is, this stuff they can offer for very cheap. So they're able to compete with AMD on price. AMD has to go with super old Milan from the pandemic, and that's how they're able to fight back, I guess. But if we're talking high end, what I have seen is because Turin was able to get out the door, aka Zen 5 was able to get out the door in the server world last year. They're like almost like 6 to 9 months ahead of Intel in the server space when it comes to pure performance and pure core density. And because of this, a lot of the NVIDIA AI reference architectures are now featuring AMD Turin or maybe Genoa based CPUs in the reference architecture. Meaning, if you want to build a AI farm for inferencing or maybe even just model training, but nowadays a lot of the discussion has moved from training to inferencing because that's how you're going to sell it as a service. So you want inference, you want low latency, and you want inferencing. So the network stack is getting upgraded with the new like network processing ASICs and those things. Those are from the network vendors. But then you also have the compute stack evolving, featuring the latest NVIDIA Blackwell. But what is the reference architecture? The reference architecture is to pair up the Blackwell GPUs with the Turin CPUs. And this is something that no one's really talking about. But this is another reason why that market share, those figures that Mike was talking about earlier, that 44% versus what 55% or whatever. Intel's at 55, AMD's at 44. The high end is going to AMD in the server space. Now, I've already discussed Intel's E-Core exclusive server chip, but what I have found is no one's really interested in that. There's not a lot of interest in that, especially coming from the AI market. Everyone wants performance cores. Everyone wants they don't want these heterogeneous architectures of like P cores and E cores. Like they don't want to mix. They want it to be all the same type of core. In the server world, I think we are seeing this play out where Intel's big bet on big core, little core really failed in the server realm. Now it works in desktop, it definitely works in laptop, but it doesn't work in the server world. In the professional enterprise space, you want uniform cores across the board. You do not want like a mix of different type of cores. It just messes up like thread coherency and consistency. So no, that didn't work. So what did Intel do? They split them off. You can buy Intel CPUs that have all P cores. You have Intel CPUs that are all E cores. Now, I've seen that a lot of people are not interested in the E cores. They're very niche in terms of the use case. They sound like they could be useful for, I don't know, like lower end VDI scenarios, I guess, but people seem to want that raw performance, especially in the AI space, especially in the inferencing space. And that is where Turin is dominating as a Super Saiyan 3. So I can't wait until we see next week with the Zen 5 Threadripper, because for those that don't know, Turin is Zen 5. This is like the highest end Zen 5. This is the epic Zen 5. And this is the thing that's getting paired up with all those like super expensive NVIDIA GPUs for AI. So, yeah, this was kind of a look at the roadmap, or this is kind of like the time frame of these CPU generations. AMD typically does 3 sockets, or 3 generations per socket, which means they've done Genoa. Technically, Bergamo is Zen 4 based. I think, or maybe it's Zen 3 based actually. I think it's Zen 3. I don't know. Bergamo was kind of its own thing actually, and then Genoa was Zen 4. Turin is Zen 5. Genoa X is like Zen 4 X3D, sort of, kind of on server. So they've got one more. They've got like the Zen 6. That should also be on the same socket. Supposedly. 3 generations per socket. And then they will do another one. Zen 7 would be like a new socket platform for the enterprise space. Intel typically does 2. So you could think of it like these guys are like, I don't want to say LGA 1700, but they're kind of like, okay, it's like Alder Lake and Raptor Lake, and then this is like your Arrow Lake stuff. So that is where the enterprise world is going. So that was kind of an interesting look at something that most people that only are looking at building a gaming computer, they're not going to know any of this. They're probably going to forget all this a week from now. But this is kind of a look for those of you who are power users, those of you that actually look at servers and do things with servers, whether they're rack servers, blade servers, storage, chassis for like RAID 60 or whatever. You know, that kind of stuff. Like this, I'm talking like high-end, real power user stuff. None of this like, oh, I'm going to sit and play Minecraft for 6 hours. No. Like, this is the real deal right here. So anyway, that was kind of a look at that. I think that's pretty much all I had for this live stream. This is kind of a shorter one. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about gaming now. So yeah, that covers the tech stuff. There was only like one game. So everyone knows Donkey Kong Bonanza came out today. So it's available now on the Switch 2. But if you're looking for another game to play and you maybe don't have a Switch 2, Wuchang Fallen Feathers, I think that's how you say it. Final PC system requirements revealed. RTX 2070, RX 5700, and the Arc A750 are recommended GPUs. Not minimum, they're recommended GPUs. But for 720p. 720p upscaled using upscalers to get to 1080p. So that means that this game is probably going to be a lot more demanding than first appearances. From what I've seen, the game doesn't look like it's going to be as demanding as Black Myth Wukong. That was a very demanding, similar style game that came out last year. But this game, it says the minimum spec is an RX 580, 8GB, or a 1060 6GB. You need to have DirectX 12. And you need to have either a Coffee Lake i5 or a first gen Ryzen 5. So that's Zen 1. And HDD is supported. It's 60 gigabytes. Probably going to have terribly long load times, though, if you're on a hard drive. SSD recommended. And this was tested with DLSS FSR. Now, the 1060, as far as I know, doesn't support DLSS. So I think what they meant was FSR, if I remember correctly. I don't think you can do DLSS on a 10 series GPU at all. I think only RTX GPUs are allowed to use DLSS. So GTX has to use FSR, AMD, to the rescue. But realistically, recommended, it says, are these GPUs. Now, SSD is required. And this is for upscale. Which means this game is probably a very demanding game if you want to play this game at 4K resolution. If this is 720p spec, then I would imagine 1080p is probably going to require like a 7700 XT or maybe a 6700 XT for 1080p. And then for 1440p, you would probably need a 9070 or a RTX 5070. Those will be 1440p. And then for 4K, you would need a RTX 5090. So, very, very high spec game, most likely. Because it looks kind of like Black Myth Wukong. Now, it is a completely different developer, so it might not be as hard to run, but I don't know. I think the game developers, they see how one game looks, and it's like, oh, we can make our game look really good too. So they're going to turn up like texture requirements. You can imagine VRAM requirements are going to go way up as you go up the resolution. So if you want to run this game at 4K native, at minimum, you're probably going to need a 9070 XT minimum. And I don't know, maybe the 16 gigs of VRAM might not be enough. I have no idea. But we'll see. This game comes out next week, I believe. So I don't know who here is going to play this game. How many people watching the stream plan on getting... actually, hold on. Let's do some polls. I want to do some polls. Are you getting Wuchang Fallen Feathers? Yes or no? This game comes out next week. So who here is getting the Wuchang Fallen Feathers? Oh boy, that no went to 100% really fast. 1 vote, no. 2 votes for no. It's probably going to be very hard to run. If it's anything like Wukong, you already know it's going to be hard to run. If it has path tracing, it's going to be incredibly hard to run. One thing I'm pretty sure, though, this game is going to be a GPU demanding game, not a CPU demanding game. You'll be playing this game? Oh, it's on Game Pass day 1? Oh, well, if it's Game Pass day 1, then yeah, then that makes the decision pretty easy. You're not touching anything until you finish Expedition 33? Wow, not a lot of people are planning on getting this game. I wonder if there's there's too many other games that they're playing right now, or if there's a lot of like Souls-like fatigue. Like, I was talking about this last week. I think that we're getting to the point where there's too many of these action games all vying for the same amount of attention for a limited from a limited gamer demographic. Like, these type of games are really targeting the gamers that like challenging action games, and that's not everyone. Like, Minecraft people don't care about this type of game. Dota, League of Legends people, like esports people don't like this type of game. They don't care. You know, like, this isn't for them. But they already know that. There are way too many games. Steam Replay tells me I play like 6 games a year. Oh, that's sad, man. That's sad. Well, are they all like live service games or something? Like, if you're only playing like 6 games a year, then they're probably like games that you just sink a bunch of hours into, like Monster Hunter Wilds. I need to check my Steam Replay thing, actually, because now you got me wondering, like, how many games have I played this year? I know it's more than 6. I don't know if they're not all on Steam, though. See, that's the thing. Like, a bunch of them are like Nintendo Switch 2 games. One of them is a PlayStation 5 exclusive for now. That's Death Stranding 2. Okay. Well, we have, with almost 70 concurrent viewers, we only have like 9 people that voted. That's not a lot of votes. And most people are saying no. So, alright. So I'm going to end that poll. I want to start another one. Okay, let's discuss Game of the Year contenders, actually. So I'll try to put in as many as possible here, but I know YouTube is going to limit how many choices I can put. What is your Game of the Year 2025? Now I'm gonna have to choose them. So I'm gonna put some Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Donkey Kong Bonanza. I kind of want to put Elden Ring Night Rain, but I can't put a fifth one. So we'll just leave the From Software game out of there on purpose. And let's just start the poll. So of the 4, if you had to choose one of these 4 games, because I can only do 4. It doesn't let me do more than 4 choices. So let's see. Let's see what people say. Out of the 4 games listed here, what is your game of the year 2025? I saw like Monster Hunter jumped up and then went down, and then like Donkey Kong was at 0 and then it went up. Hero Wars? Hero Wars, I'm pretty sure that game didn't come out this year. I think that was like a decade ago. It's a game that came out this year. Wilds was one, but not really. He just didn't feel like doing anything. Yeah, I know. I built my new computer for Monster Hunter Wilds as well. So that means you and I did our computer builds for the exact same game. Wow, that's interesting. I knew I needed to get access to RDNA 4, so I had to get a 9070 XT. I knew I had to get access to multi-frame gen, so I had to get the 5090. And also, Monster Hunter Wilds was one of the major driving reasons to get a 5090 was because of Monster Hunter Wilds. Because out of all the graphics cards that I had, none of them could maintain above 60 frames per second at 4K native resolution. So I knew that I was like, man, okay, we're gonna have to get a 5090 to see the upper limits of this game. The graphics cards are basically the Scouters from Dragon Ball Z. I needed to get a Scouter that was powerful enough to handle measuring the power level of Monster Hunter Wilds. And the 5090 was the only Scouter capable of measuring that game's power level. XTX cannot handle native 4K in that game. It can do 4K with upscale. It cannot do it natively. I'm talking native 4K. True 4K. No DLSS, no FSR. Pure 4K output. The XTX can't do it. The 4090 can't do it. The 4090 gets pretty close, though. It comes really close, but it dips a lot. So I was like, 4090 can't even handle this game. Yeah, without FrameGen, it's right around 60. 5090 can do it. 5090 can do it. Super Googly was the first person to kind of prove it to me that the 5090 was required for 60 FPS 4K in Monster Hunter Wilds. It can do it. What I do is I turn on FrameGen to double it to 120. That's how I prefer to play the game. So I'm doing 4K 120 most of the time. Sometimes it's over. And in some scenarios, it does dip. Like, I'll give you guys an example. When we were hunting Arch-Tempered Radeon, when Radeon does that super lightning combo, where it's like, bam, bam, all this lightning coming down with the ray tracing turned on, the 5090 will dip below 60 when it's doing that. Kind of like how the FPS dips in Donkey Kong Bonanza, where there's a whole bunch of like rocks and debris going everywhere. It's the same deal with the 5090. But yeah, the 5090 is the only 5090 and Zen 5 X3D. You have to have Zen 5 X3D plus RTX 5090 just to get 60. The average is around like 62, 63 frames per second at 4K native Monster Hunter Wilds with no frame gen. With frame gen, you're gonna get like 120 FPS with that GPU. But that's what I mean, guys. Like, that is some insanely high spec hardware. You have to have insanely high spec hardware. And you have to have like a high core count CPU also, because the shader compile of Monster Hunter Wilds is so long. It takes forever to compile the shaders in that game unless you have. That's why you want the Ryzen 9. The Ryzen 9 with the 32 threads, the 9950X3D. That is why the 9950X3D. Where is that boy? 9950X3D. Get over here. 9950X3D. You got to have that Ryzen 9. It's over 9,000. You know what I'm saying? The Ryzen 9 9950X3D. The best CPU, the best mainstream desktop CPU on the planet. Until Zen 6 comes out. Or Intel's Nova, whatever it's called, the thing that's coming out like next year. Until those CPUs hit the market, 9950X3D is the king. The king. Okay. So, go back to the poll. So, it looks like Expedition 33 is winning. But it's still only 9 people voted. Out of like 70 viewers, only 9 people voted. Death Stranding 2 got no votes. I'm surprised Donkey Kong Bonanza and Death Stranding 2 both are exclusive games. They're console exclusives. One of them has only been out for like 1 day. The other one's been out for almost a month. And that one has like 0 votes. Monster Hunter Wilds is beating Death Stranding 2 in this poll. Monster Hunter Wilds. So a lot of people are like, man, Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, you need to realize one thing about Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds is the best-selling game of 2025. Monster Hunter Wilds has outsold every other game that is a brand new game from 2025. It has the highest sales figures of all the games of 2025. So that game definitely has the quantity going for it. In terms of the amount of gamers that experienced Monster Hunter Wilds is the volume king. Most gamers, you're more likely, so what this means, you're more likely to run into a gamer that has played Monster Hunter Wilds compared to the other 3 games on this list. Keep that in mind. Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay. So let me clean off this board here. Okay. So let's list some games. Let's go back to Steam, or not Steam. Let's go to this. So Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Man, this thing is never defaults to the right size. That game, Monster Hunter Wild. Actually, let's put them in chronological order. Monster Hunter Wilds was the end of February. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Actually, let's put some other stuff in here. Like, who here thinks the first Berserker Kazan? Is that how you spell it? Or is it this? No, I think there's an H. The first Berserker Kazan was in March. Claire Obscure was in April. Elden Ring... Is there an asterisk? Night Rain. I think there is an asterisk. Elden Ring Night Rain was May. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach was June. And for July, there's Donkey Kong Bonanza. So it seems like every month we have gotten super high-end games. There's always like one big game that comes out that could be considered a game of the year. The only month is like, what do we put for January? No, Dynasty Warriors, no, absolutely not. What would go in January? Like, Ninja Gaiden 2, but no, that's just a remake. Like, see, there's like nothing in January. Like, if it's me, I'm gonna put Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So we did January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Every month. So what's gonna be the August game? What's the August game? Does anyone know? Is it the Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater? Or Delta Snake Eater or something? Like, what was the name of that game? Delta Snake Eater? I don't know. I forget the name. Is that the big game of August? Is that the big one, I guess? What's the September game? Man, I don't have my list on this computer. I have it on the other computer. I would have had the list. This one is, what's the one for, oh. This is October. Oh, isn't, Silent Hill, no, there's no Silent, is there Silent Hill? Yeah, Silent Hill F. Is Silent Hill F in September? Or is this an October game? Oh, it is. Maybe that's a September game. Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza is good. We'll be looking at it probably tomorrow with a bunch of other Switch 2 stuff. So we have January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And that's the year. That's the year. But of this list, only like 5 games are going to be nominated. So of this list, what's going to get nominated? I'm thinking 5 games out of this list will make it to Game of the Year. And of them, only 1 will win. So, objectively, out of these games, which ones should be removed from Game of the Year? Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, definitely that one's out. First Berserker Zan, definitely that one's out. Those are the easy ones. I don't like the idea of... Like, okay, Snake Eater... This game, if it's literally just like a HD 4K remaster of the old game, this one should not be on the list, because then that's no different from like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. In my mind. Because this isn't even like a remake like the way Final Fantasy VII was a remake. You know what I'm saying? So that shouldn't be on the list. I don't think Ninja Gaiden 4 is going to be on the list. It's too niche. It's not even that it's too niche. So someone might say, "Oh, this game is too niche. It's hard to define." I mean, kind of, but at the end of the day, like, this is even more niche, because the thing with Death Stranding 2 is Death Stranding 2, the gameplay is so much more varied. Ninja Gaiden 4 is literally just you go run around and cut up a bunch of random things. Like, that's all it is. And it's very, very punishing. So I don't think this is going to win any awards. It might win Best Action Game. Like, Best Action Game is going to be tough this year. Unless Ninja Gaiden 4 is a complete flop and utter failure, and Ninja Gaiden 2 Black ends up being the better game, then that means that Kazan or Wu Chang or some other game might end up being Best Action Game. But yeah, we can kind of say Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm just going to assume that it's not going to be in the running. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, And technically, we can already say 5 if we count Donkey Kong Bonanza. Unless Silent Hill F is like so good. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm pretty sure these 4 games, unless Monster Hunter Wilds gets removed for some weird reason, doesn't make it, I don't know. Sales volume, though, this one should be in there. And this game is, like, legit good. So, I just don't know, like, to me, Donkey Kong, I haven't played enough Donkey Kong to say that, yeah, it should be on the list. DK is overrated. I haven't played enough of it to make a decision on it. So that's why I'm thinking, like, there's room for, like, 1 more. And the only 2 games that stand out as original games would be Bonanza and Silent Hill F. I mean, Ninja Gaiden 4 technically, but do you really think Ninja Gaiden 4 is gonna beat Silent Hill or Donkey Kong? I, for some reason, don't. There's too much, like, the thing about this game, Ninja Gaiden. The thing about this is it's too much of a gamble right now. Because it's being developed by Platinum Games, it's not being developed by Team Ninja. Team Ninja is only kind of like overseeing the production of the game. They're not actually involved with developing the game. So when you do that, it could be a success or an utter failure. Or mixed result. Best example I can give you is when Capcom farmed out the development of Devil May Cry, aka DMC, to Ninja Theory. I'm pretty sure it was Ninja Theory in the UK that made that one. Remember, does everybody remember Devil May Cry DMC? The one made by I think Ninja Theory instead of Capcom. You guys remember there was Devil May Cry 4, then there was DMC, then there was Devil May Cry 5. You guys remember this? This was like 2008. This was, I think, like 2013, if I'm not mistaken. And then this was 2019. So think about how long the length of time between Devil May Cry 4 and Devil May Cry 5. 4 and 5 were made by Capcom. DMC was made by some other developer. That's what I'm saying. So, Ninja Gaiden 4 is being made by some other developer. They farmed it out to Platinum Games. So, meaning, Ninja Gaiden 4 could be so good, or it could be like, meh. It could be like, it's okay. I'd rather play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. You know, like, it could end up being like that. And I really hope that it doesn't end up like that. But that's why I don't think Ninja Gaiden 4 is going to be like, oh, it's game of the year. You know what I mean? Like, that will be like me saying DMC was a game of the year contender. No. You see, so it's like it didn't do anything. In fact, DMC was, I don't know, the worst Devil May Cry game was between this game and Devil May Cry 2. Maybe this game was better than Devil May Cry 2, just because Devil May Cry 2, like, I don't know what the developers were doing with that game. That game was just, I don't know what happened there. Devil May Cry was okay. Devil May Cry 2 was bad. Devil May Cry 3 was probably the best one. Although Devil May Cry 5 is so modern and good that, oh man, Devil May Cry 5 gives Devil May Cry 3 a run for its money. Devil May Cry 4 was also very good. DMC was... And then Devil May Cry 5. So, you know, like, in fact, we kind of need a new Devil May Cry. It's like, it's one of those things where, what is this? This is like 6 years. This is like 5-year gap. So we are already in 2025. There's already 6-year gap. So we need a Devil May Cry 6 from Capcom. They need some more RE engine good. But instead of doing Onimusha next year. So, like I said, that leaves one game out of this list as a potential 5th game of the year contender. It's probably gonna be between Donkey Kong Bonanza and Silent Hill F. Or maybe Silent Hill F will just not even be that good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's another new Silent Hill game. I don't know. It might not even be good. Who knows? So, maybe it's just going to be Donkey Kong Bonanza as the 5th game. But what I wanted to point out to you guys is April, May, and June, and potentially July, this year is unique in that most of the best games came out like in the first half, like Q2. Q2 of this year saw like the really, really big, good games. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Q2. Elden Ring, Night Rain, Q2. Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Q2, very end of Q2. But you can see, like, you got back-to-back good, 3 solid games all in the same quarter. That is, typically, we see this play out in Q3. So Q3, historically, can be where all the really, really good games. This is especially true if you look at, like, 2023. 2023 Q3 had, like, it was just jam-packed. It was like there was the month of August in 2023 was so jam-packed with so many good games that it was like so hard to find. I remember game reviewers were talking about how it was like insanely hard for them to find any time to do nothing but play the games that they needed to review. Is DK better than Astrobot? I don't know because I haven't played enough of it to make that comparison. I've only played the first like 15 minutes. So we will play more of it soon, but I can't make that judgment call. It's too early. So what do you guys think? Here, let me make a new list here. Let's just trim this down. Monster Hunter Wilds. Best selling game of 2025. This game sold the most. So many people wanted to buy Monster Hunter Wilds. It was insane. Best selling game of the year so far. Monster Hunter Wilds. Claire Obscure. Is that how you spell it? Okay, I spelled that wrong on the other one. Expedition 33. Elden Ring. Night Rain. Death Stranding 2. On the Beach. So, I don't know what the 5th game is going to be. We need a 5th game. We need a 5th game. Have you played Astrobot? Expedition 33 will win a few awards, including we need a 5th one for this list. There's usually 5 contenders. Do you guys think Monster Hunter Wild should be here? Like, legit question, do you think Monster Hunter Wild should be on the list for Game of the Year? There is so much hate towards this game for some weird reason. Most of it is outside of the West, though. Like, there's a lot of Japanese gamers complaining about this game. And I don't really understand why, but I went back and I played Monster Hunter World recently just to see, like, okay, one thing that stood out to me was how much stuff was missing. Like, Wilds has the bowling minigame. It doesn't have the Steam minigame from Iceborne. But that's okay. The thing that I found weird, though, Wilds doesn't have the hunter's room. Your private quarters. You don't have private quarters in Wilds. And I didn't even realize that until I fired up Monster Hunter World. And I was like, wait a minute. I have like a room. I have my own place in World. I don't have that in Wilds. Like, Wilds is missing things that it should have. Like, Wilds didn't have the item box. You had to go in your tent to do everything. or go talk to Gemma to like change your weapon or whatever. But the fact that they added the item box only recently with Title Update 2, and you still can't change your weapon from the item box, which I find absolutely bizarre. So it's like you still got to go into the tent to change your weapon. You can only like change your item layout in the item box. So I feel like Wilds is missing things. Even to this day, it's still missing stuff that World had at release. So I can understand some of the criticisms toward Wilds, but all the people saying that World looks better than Wilds, they are straight up lying. Or they've got some serious nostalgia rose tinted glasses when it comes to looking at World's graphics, because I did a side-by-side earlier today. Wilds looks way better than World. At 4K, everything maxed out, native 4K versus native 4K DX12 in World, Wilds looks way better. The character model looks so much better in Wilds than World. So I don't understand all the hate towards Wilds, because man, what? People need to actually fire up World and look at how it looks, and then go look at Wilds, and then they'll stop complaining.
I am not saying DK is bad. It is just not a 10. And certainly not Game of the Year. Emo Astrobot is a much better game. Destroying things was fun for the first 10 minutes, then it became a chore.
Well, one of the things about Donkey Kong Bonanza, though, is you don't have to destroy everything. Like, the thing about Donkey Kong is the freedom. The freedom of how you want to play the game. Like, with Astrobot is definitely more of your traditional platformer. Like, you had specific moves that you could do to solve the puzzles. You had specific power-ups and tools that you would get along the way. You'd unlock, like, abilities. Like your typical platformer game. Donkey Kong, you unlock abilities, you unlock power-ups, like transformations and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, if somebody wanted to play Donkey Kong the way they played Astrobot or Mario World Odyssey, they could actually play Donkey Kong that way. Like, they could play Donkey Kong like an actual platformer. Now, on the flip side, if they want to just run and steamroll, punch everything in their way, and just carve their way all the way through the level, they have the freedom to do that. So the nice thing about Donkey Kong is it's basically, I guess it's more like Elden Ring in the sense that you can tackle challenges in a lot of different ways compared to in the Mario games, where you only had like a small subset of options of how you wanted to tackle a challenge. So that is one of the big differences between Donkey Kong and Astrobot. At least from my own like 15 minutes playing through Donkey Kong so far. So, but I'll look at it more thoroughly this weekend. But so far, from what I've played, I think it's really fun. I think it's a little bit confusing, though, for someone who doesn't... See, the thing is, when you have so much freedom to just punch through walls the whole time, like, my playstyle so far with Donkey Kong, I tend to just punch and, like I have him dig all the way down to the bedrock. I have him punch through as much rock as possible until there's almost no rock left in the level. And that probably can get repetitive, but you don't have to play like that constantly. That's the thing. Like, you have a lot of different ways. There's a lot of variety in how you tackle the levels. That's one of the nice things about Donkey Kong that makes it refreshing compared to your typical platformer. Wilds is much better than World, but it's not the same level of game as Expedition. Not even close. Well, yeah, I was just surprised going back to World that Wilds is just missing so many things that World has. And it's not like they added these things to World either, which I found quite strange. You have a tent. Oh yeah, the tent. That's true. You have the tent. I didn't think of that. But it's like, I'd rather have. They need to add the room thing though, because the room you can't customize the tent. You can customize the outside of it out in the field, but you can't. Like, man, in World, you could customize your room. You could customize like the upstairs, the downstairs area, the walls, the outside. Like World had a lot better. It had a much better in-game housing system than the tent that you get in Wild. So yeah, no, it's like they need to add that. The fact that the Gathering Hub was not in there at launch, they had to add Gathering Hub with Title Update 1. They had to add the item box with Title Update 2. It's like, man, these are some really big oversights that should not have been a thing, because it literally opened them up to criticism that they didn't need if they would have had those things in at launch. So, you know what I mean? Like, it comes across as the game was unfinished, or they planned to put those things as a roadmap update. Like, why would you do those things as a roadmap update? Like, that's weird. Like, glamored weapons, like transmog weapons is a thing coming up soon. It's not even in yet. It's just strange decisions that I don't understand. Considering the fact that the game is kind of competing for the attention of people that play like a lot of gacha games. As strange as that sounds, I feel like there's people that play gacha games casually, and they would much rather play a game like Monster Hunter Wilds because there's no gacha. But it's kind of a different style though, because gacha games is all about collecting characters.
Astrobot is a Nintendo copy game. DK has new mechanics introduced. The fun factor is turned to 100. DK is definitely GOTY, and the numbers don't lie on its reviews being the highest rated game this year.
It is very highly rated. IGN gave it a 10 out of 10. So you are correct in that it has been making a lot of like high marks on the reviews. But I'm not gonna judge it if I've only played like 15 minutes. I have to spend more time with the game to form my own conclusion of it. But yeah, that is true. IGN, you guys know how like IGN reviews are kind of like a meme at this point, where any given IGN review, you just scroll through the comments on the YouTube video, and there's like so many people criticizing the review. Because like if the review got like an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10, usually when the game gets a 7 out of 10, there's like tons of people say, oh, it's typical IGN, they don't understand the game, they don't understand the vision, how much time they spend on the game. So, but they can't complain this time, because IGN gave Donkey Kong a 10 out of 10. It got the highest score, and IGN has only given 10s to like very few games. I think Claire Obscure got a 8 out of 10 from them. It was either an 8 or a 9. And all those like From Software fanboys who reviewed Expedition 33, they also gave it pretty high scores, but they didn't give it like perfect scores. Well, you know what I didn't like about Iceborne? I didn't like when they added the grappling hook mechanic, because I hated how after Iceborne, when Iceborne came out, literally you throw up an SOS to start a multiplayer session mid-fight. Everybody comes in and all they do is spam the grappling hook. They just hit the monster's forearms or forelegs, and then they spam grappling hook. Man, I did not like the grappling hook. I am so glad that they got rid of the grappling hook thing from Iceborne, because I did not like that. Instead, what they did was they introduced the wound system, which is kind of like the grappling hook system, but now you don't have to do the stupid grappling hook. I hated the grappling hook in Iceborne. That was so trash. And I was like, man, I wish they never came up with this stupid grappling hook thing. Because World was so much more fun to play. Iceborne, the stupid grappling hook, made it so that everyone was just grappling hook spam. It was grappling hook spam, everyone. Alteron, whoever, Safi, Jiva, whatever you were hunting in that game, it was ridiculous. Watching Like 4 hunters spam grappling hook the whole time. You couldn't hunt normally the way you hunted in World after that. So I don't agree about Iceborne. I did not like a lot of stuff that was added with Iceborne. I liked that they added Master Rank, but everything else about it I didn't care for. I liked the new ice place. I liked the guiding lands, or the gilded lands, whatever those places, the secret final area that they added. There was kind of a mishmash of all the environments except the snow environment. So I like that they added that in World, or in Iceborne, but I did not like the grappling hook. And I preferred the hunts, the high-end hunts in World. I thought that Behemoth Extreme, and Ancient Leshen, meaning Final Fantasy XIV collab and Witcher 3 collab, were better. They were like peak Monster Hunter World content. Iceborne was like worse. Iceborne was worse than like Ancient Leshen and Behemoth. For real. All I wanted was basic Monster Hunter gameplay, and when Iceborne came in with the claw... I know, right? I hated that stupid claw thing. That made the game so lame. Although now everyone complains about Wilds being so easy because of the wound system, or it's like, oh, I don't like having to rely on the breaking wounds to get the monster materials. So it's like you can never please everyone. I would take that over, like, I would take the focus system over the grappling hook or the claw. Like if I had to pick between those two things. So I think Wilds has better gameplay. And people keep saying Wilds is easier. If it's easier, then why do so many people cart to Gormagala still? Like I don't understand that. And then Sergio is another one that I see. Like Tempered Sergio, people are carting to him all the time because he keeps doing like Street Fighter combos on them with his legs. Even people who have shields, it's like they let their guard down. Like I've seen so many Charge Blade players trying to do the what is it, the special amp discharge, elemental discharge, whatever. They're trying to do the combo, and then he starts Street Fighter spamming with his legs, and they get carded, and then it's game over. For real, man, I'm serious. Like, if everyone's saying Wilds is so easy, then why do these people keep carding in Gormagala, in 8-star fights? It's not just Gormagala. Sergio, Mizutsune, like Lagia, they're still carding the Lagia, Tempered Lagia, and it's like his Electro Shocker, you know, like Mega Kabuterimon. He goes Mega Kabuterimon on you, and it's like game over. For real. It's ridiculous. Sergio says that when he hits you with the sweep, it wounds you, and you... Yeah, I know, and he'll grab you, and if you don't have the flash pod, he'll toss you to the ground, and then step on you like you're stepping on a wasp. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's Waspinator from Beast Wars getting blown to smithereens by Sergio's foot. That's all that's about. I would not say... And we'll see who's complaining about Duna being easy when Tuesday comes around. And we got Arch-Tempered Duna hunts coming in. So yeah, we will be live streaming Monster Hunter Wilds next week. So we got a short window of opportunity to showcase Donkey Kong Bonanza on stream. Because just like we recently returned to Night Rain, we are going to be returning to Monster Hunter Wilds. Yes, everyone's favorite best-selling game of 2025. Monster Hunter Wilds at 4K native resolution. We're going to be taking a look at that game because Arch-Tempered Duna is coming in real soon. Let me see. Yeah, oh, it's coming in fast. Capcom Power, here we go. Capcom is at the top of their game. Look, check this out. Look at that. Next week, starting on the 22nd, So that's literally Tuesday. These roots run deep. A powerful arch-tempered monster roams the Scarlet Forest. Earn special rewards and forge the Uthduna Gamma armor set. So you can rest assured we are going to be streaming the arch-tempered Uthduna hunts. I need that Gamma armor. Like, I have to have the Gamma armors. Like, that's a thing I have to collect. I gotta collect all the Gamma armors in the game. So we're definitely gonna be hunting arch-tempered. For those that don't know, the arch-tempered monsters are supposed to be the most challenging monsters. These are the most challenging hunts in the entire game. Nothing is supposed to be harder than the arch-tempered monster hunts. So we're coming up on the second arch-tempered hunt of Monster Hunter Wilds. This is going to be the brand new hunt against... Basically, the lore is that Uthduna went to Otherworld and trained with Pikkon and Goku to become a Super Saiyan 3 style. Arch-tempered is when the monster gains the power of Super Saiyan 3. So we're going to be hunting a Super Saiyan 3 Uthduna for that Gamma armor set. And we're going to be doing this on stream. Inferno Laid Bare, that one's available this week. I don't know. Oh, this is one that I have never done. Putting up a stink. Gather special materials and earn the Corn Popper weapon, as well as an outfit for Alma. So that means this must be a festival. There's probably a summer harvest festival event that's going to be taking place. Or something like that. I'm guessing that's what's happening. Maybe not. This goes until August 5th. August 5th. There's a lot of them. There must be a festival. So you can get an outfit for Alma, the handler. So she can get a new outfit from this quest, or this hunt, or whatever this is. Gather materials. Is that an easy one? Anyway, it looks like there's a Rathlos in there. It says hunt all target monsters. That means it's probably hunting multiple monsters. So that's one of those long ones. Pick your poison, gather. But see, guys that don't pay attention to Monster Hunter, you guys see how this is a live service game, because the servers are running and they have these running events, these rolling events. Pick your poison. Gather special materials and obtain the Diver Alpha armor set and the Feline Aloha set Alpha Palico equipment. This is one that I don't have. So I'm going to have to do this one. I'm going to have to get the Uthduna Gamma. I'm going to have to get the Alma outfit. So we're going to be doing a lot. There's going to be a lot of Monster Hunter. It is going to be Return to Monster Hunter Wilds. And then a Silent Flash. Arch-tempered Radeon's coming back.
Have you seen the news on the 5090 with two 12VX2 connectors?
I have not. Is that like a special Galax version or something where they have like what they did last time with the 4090? I have not seen that or heard anything about that. Where they're doing two of the power connector. Is that like a prototype unit or something? Okay, there's another quest here. I think I've already done that one, but you can get... What is this? Alma outfit? Wait, what? Gather special materials for a seal outfit. I don't know if... I think I have this one. I'm not even sure if I have that one. I gotta look into that. I know I have the eye patch. Unless this is a different quest. So another one? Gravios Blockade. King of the Faraway Sky. Tongue-tied. So these are not ones that I will do. One's good for armor. I don't know if that's... Running Wild. Gather materials. Obtain sealed dragon cloth alpha headgear. It's a Galax Hall of Fame. Yeah, I don't know how much that would change it, though. The only thing that would do is I'd probably make it safer, because it would load balance across both 12-volt connectors. I mean, that's good if it's available for people that don't already have a 5090 and actually want one. But no, I wasn't aware of that. It's nice to know that there's something like that, though. It's just too bad that they didn't standardize on that from the start, like they were supposed to, or I guess everyone in the industry expected them to, but they didn't. Okay, and then there's some more quests here. So the nice thing is, if you're somebody who missed out on Radeon, a silent flash, Arch-tempered Radeon will be available in addition to Arch-tempered Uthduna. So if you didn't clear the previous Arch-tempered back in, when was that? April, or I think it was like late April. It was around the time when Expedition 33 came out, was when Arch-tempered Radeon was added temporarily. So he'll be available until from the 22nd of July until August 5th. So the same amount of time as Uthduna. So if you didn't do this one, now's your chance to get the Radeon Gamma set if you missed out on that one. This is a very nice high-end armor set, although this armor set is not going to be very effective if you're trying to hunt Uthduna. Because Uthduna is weak to lightning. This armor is weak to water, but it is resistant to lightning. So this armor set is good for hunting Radeon. It is not good for hunting Uthduna. Uthduna does water damage, and this armor set is weak to water. So even if you farm this, you don't want to wear this and then go and try to hunt Arch-tempered Uthduna. You're going to be a liability for your group if you're doing it in a group hunt. Or you're going to make yourself die more easily because of the, like the elemental difference there, or elemental weakness on that set. Okay, so we're going to end the poll. Let me see. I ended the poll, but I don't see the results, so I don't know what happened to the poll. All I know was Expedition 33 won at like 59%. So I don't know what happened there. Anyway, so that is that. So that'll be next week. The week after next week will be the same thing. Oh, there it is. Okay. 58% Clair Obscure, 23% Monster Hunter, 11% Death Stranding 2, 5% Donkey Kong Bonanza. See, I kind of feel like this is more representative of the entire industry, even though it's a small subset of people who voted. Only 17 people voted. The reason why I say that is because Donkey Kong and Death Stranding are console exclusives. So I feel like a lot of people have not been able to experience those games, especially Donkey Kong, since it's literally out as of today. So I expect more people to vote for Clair Obscure and Monster Hunter because those games are multi-platform and they've been out for several months now. But okay, guys, I think that's it. Steven had a question. What was your question on RAM? Laggy armor and weapons. Is laggy armor high water resist? I know isn't it thunder resist, but it's not necessarily water resist. Is it high water resist? I'll wear laggy armor. I don't even have laggy armor though. I have to craft that. I'm gonna have to farm laggy if that's true. You cleared... What? Was in the process of setting up the RAM. I didn't change anything. What? You upgraded the RAM to 264. So you're running 100... Wait, no, you're running 256 gigabytes of RAM? What happened? You're running 256 gigabytes of RAM? Or 264 gig kits. You're running 128 gigs of RAM? You upgraded the RAM. You cleared the CMOS. I was in the process of setting up the RAM. I didn't change anything on it, but the power went. What is the total amount of RAM? 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes? What is this, 4 times 16 or is this 4 times 64 or is this 4 times 32? Like, I'm confused on what the RAM amount is. The total is 64? Then you can load Expo and it's easy. Load Expo and it'll work. You don't have any, you don't need to do anything specific. You just load Expo and it'll work. If you were trying to do like 128 or 250, then you can't load Expo. So you're doing 4 times 16. That's easy. That's exactly the same as all the videos where I'm showcasing 4 times 24. That's single rank. Alright, I think that covered everything that I wanted to talk about this stream. We talked about all the GPU, the Threadripper, upcoming game. Did we talk about upcoming games? Oh, Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is out now. We talked about Wuchang. Not a lot of people are going to play it, though. At least people that watched the stream. There was very few people voted. When I asked earlier, let me go find the poll. 88% of you said, no, you're not going to play Wuchang Fallen Feathers. Only 11% said yes. So that means not a lot of interest in that game. I don't know. Do you guys think there's too many Souls-like games? Like punishing, challenging action games? Is it becoming... Does it seem like we're hitting a market saturation point with too many of the same style of game? It's almost like every year you get a Call of Duty... But now it's like every year you get like a tough action game. Like last year it was Black Myth Wukong. This year it's going to be Wuchang. Well, we already got the first Berserker Kazan. Last year it was Wukong and well, it was Wukong. It was Wukong. There was another one probably like Stellar Blade. I mean, Stellar Blade's not nearly as hard as Wukong though. And then this year, there's first Berserker Kazan, there's Wuchang, there's that other game that's coming out that kept getting pushed back, Lost Souls Aside or whatever. I mean, I feel like there's so many now. It's like everybody is jumping on the bandwagon. And you know what's sad is we saw Doom the Dark Ages jump into the Souls-like genre with that shield. Wanting you to parry. Parrying in a Doom game. That is proof that the Souls genre is permeating into the entire industry. It is pretty soon you're going to have a Halo game that has Master Chief using a plasma shield and he can deflect bullets back at the shooter. Can you imagine if he deflects a rocket launcher's rocket back at the guy who fired the rocket launcher and then it kills the guy with the rocket launcher? Can you imagine that in multiplayer? How many people will complain about shield parry spam because of latency? You can just spam the shield parry button constantly. It'll deflect all the projectiles. Oh man, the next Halo game is going to have a shield parry mechanic that works in multiplayer. It's going to be hilarious. I can see that right now. Oh man, Microsoft laid off all those people and they hired all those developers that want to make From Software style games just so they can add shield parry mechanics into the next Halo. Oh man, that's going to be great. Do you think the new NVIDIA Overclock app feature is legitimately good? No, I mean, I haven't used it, so I don't really know. Wait, NVIDIA lets you overclock the graphics card now? In the app? Well, you still have to have the app to do it, though, I guess. So, I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's probably more restrictive, but more reliable than other third-party stuff. I don't know. Halo got one last shot. Halo's probably going to have parry mechanics. Everybody wants the parry mechanic now. You know why? There's too many people that, like, say From Software can do no wrong. It's like, I remember Sekiro came out, and then, like, 6 years later, we got all these, like, parry mechanic games. Lies of P. Stellar Blade. Those are two recent examples. Doom the Dark Ages. That's another example. Oh, man. If they do it, you won't even play the next Halo game? You don't want to deal with parry spam? You yourself could do it, though. You could just grab a plasma shield. Think about it. In Halo, remember how the aliens have the shields? The plasma shield? I can totally see Master Chief picking up a plasma shield and then deflecting projectiles with it. Using the parry mechanic. And you know what? Here's the realization that I just came to. Someone who's working on Halo probably played Doom the Dark Ages and probably thought that the parry mechanic is good. The problem is, all the decision makers who are in upper levels of management, they don't spend as much time playing the games as the people in the trenches, for lack of a better word. Meaning, the guys who are on the, like, leader roles, technical leader roles in game development, the team leads and stuff, they're the ones that are going to be calling the shots in terms of, like, oh, we need a new vehicle, or oh, we need to tweak how this vehicle works, and they brainstorm some ideas. I can pretty much guarantee there's probably some discussion happening for the next Halo game on whether or not they should add a parry mechanic, because if Doom the Dark Ages did it, I'm pretty sure those casuals, which are basically like managerial level on the Halo development team, they're gonna play Doom the Dark Ages and be like, ooh, this is cool. I like this. We should do this in our game. And we already have a shield. We have the plasma shields. We can just use those. So they'll probably want to put it in the game. Parry all the bullets. Just parry everything. Now, you gotta have good precision. It's not like, oh, you can just spam the button and get lucky. Now, some people will probably do that, especially in multiplayer. And it'll probably work with like a 50% chance of success that you'll kill the other guy just spamming the button. Or you'll just take... It's going to come down to who has more shield, before... Like, if you're at 50% shield and the sniper or whoever you're deflecting is at 100% shield, you're still going to die before you can kill them with their own shots because you don't have enough shield. But if you're at 100% shield, the other guy's at like 70% shield, you deflect 2 of their shots, you're probably going to kill them. And you take... Like, let's say you deflect 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 or whatever. You take damage, but you hit them back 3 times with the deflect, you're going to kill the guy who's shooting you. So you're going to get the kill. What I don't see them doing, although I wouldn't be surprised if they try this, at least initially, is if they make deflection kills worth more points. Because I remember Unreal Championship, if you killed someone with a deflection in Unreal Championship 2, you got +2 kills. For some reason, or no, you didn't get +2 kills. You got +1 kill, but the guy who you deflected their bullet, they got a -1 kill. So they lost a point, and you gained a point. So it's like a +2 in score advantage for deflect killing somebody versus if you were just to kill them with projectiles the normal way. Because if you projectile kill someone, you get the kill count, they get a death, or actually, I don't even know if Unreal Championship did death. I forget how they tally it. All I remember was deflection kills in Unreal Championship 2 was the easiest way to get leaderboards because it was like a +2 in advantage on the scoring. So it was hilarious. But it was hard to do. It took skill to deflect someone's shot and bounce it directly back at them. It was basically an issue. You had to do a perfect guard. If you did a regular guard, it would just deflect it off to the side. It wouldn't hit the guy shooting. It would just deflect the bullet away. But if you perfect guard, it will deflect it straight back at them and it will shoot them, and they die to their own bullet. So that was like a high skill ceiling thing to do in Unreal Championship 2 on the original Xbox. So I'm pretty sure Halo is looking for ways, and this could be true of other first-person shooter genres or first-person shooter franchises, are looking for ways to revamp and innovate in the gameplay. And the easy button, the innovation button, you just press that button, is to add a parry mechanic. Because then they're like, oh, the reviewers are going to like it. They're going to say that we're so imaginative and so original with our gameplay this time around. Because we have the ability to deflect projectiles. And if you time it right, it's a +2 advantage. I don't think they're going to mess with the scoring, but they could. I don't think they will, but just an idea. The next Halo will be campaign only, no multiplayer. Are you sure? Next Halo is going to be UE5. Is that true? Is multiplayer going to be like a free-to-play thing? And you have to pay for the campaign? Or they might just do it like it's like on Game Pass or something like that. Like they do multiplayer on Game Pass, but you have to buy the campaign, or maybe the other way. I don't know how they'll do it. But I'll be honest, guys, I'm kind of tired of the parry mechanic. I'm getting really, really tired of it. And that's why I didn't enjoy first Berserker Kazan. Because Kazan kind of forces you to play that way, and I was like, I am not doing this. Because think about it, I'm someone who, I just came off clearing Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on the highest difficulty level, and that game is not about pairing. That game is about killing your opponent faster than they can kill you. It has nothing to do with pairing. There's none of this waiting around trying to bait out an attack. No, you just go in and you attack relentlessly, and you block and dodge constantly. That's Ninja Gaiden 2. It's fast. It's furious. There's none of this waiting around for a specific attack. None of that nonsense. So that's why I didn't like Berserker, because coming off of Ninja Gaiden 2, I'm not about to go and deal with another dumb parry game. Like no. So that's probably why I didn't like that game. Even though I got relatively far in that game, I never finished Berserker. I'm like 60-70% through the story. But I don't know. It was a slog. The greatsword, I used greatsword, struggled with it. People kept telling me to switch to the spear or whatever the lance or spear weapon. I switched to it finally, and then the game was significantly easier. By that point, it already left a bad taste. It's like we ain't finishing this anytime soon. So yeah. I did not like that game. I mean, the game's good, but I'm so tired of those type of games. Like, Stellar Blade also wants you to play that way, for those that don't know, but it's more forgiving. Berserker is way more punishing. Well, what I heard is the spear is the easy way to play Berserker. Like, the people that I know that kept telling... Because I kept complaining about it, and they're like, man, you need to switch to Spear. It's so much easier. And then I'm like, so you're telling me Spear is easy mode? And they're all like, yeah. You want to play the game on easy mode? Use the Spear. So, I wouldn't say I would say Spear is the best way to play Berserker. I've heard that it's the easiest way to play Berserker. And I would probably agree, because I tested all 3 weapon styles, and Spear definitely seemed like it was the easiest one. And Greatsword seemed like it was the hardest one. And I was struggling with the Greatsword on the first 3 or 4 bosses. Going from Greatsword to Spear, Spear definitely seemed easier. But it's very similar in Lies of P. Lies of P, you have the slow weapons that have better guard. and you have the faster weapons, which have less guard percentage, but you move and attack faster. So to me, Berserker and Lies of P play very similar in that regard, the way they're structured. So, so I think that there's a lot of stagnation, or not stagnation. I think there's a lot of saturation in action games. Too many of the same style of game. Lies of P, Berserker, they basically play very similar. Wukong is different. Wukong is not about parrying. It's about perfect dodging, which is kind of another way to mask having to do a parry mechanic, because it's about evading and countering instead of standing there and pressing a button with the right timing. So it's similar in that regard. And this Wuchang game is probably going to be similar to those. So, in my opinion, these type of games that we're seeing every year now, it's not that they're lacking in creativity. They're lacking in originality of gameplay. Like, they're all basically playing very, very similar style. They all have skill trees. They all have different, like, stat allocations, different weapon types, different outfits to unlock, relatively linear level design. They're not really open world. They're kind of like a confined map that has different branching paths, but then they all converge to a load screen at some point, to a boss fight. That's kind of the structure for all of them. Like Stellar Blade plays like this. Lies of P. First Berserker. There's other ones too that I'm not even mentioning, but they're like lesser known because they're lower quality. They're like not even like grade A development style games. Like there was that one game from that Italian developer, like last year, maybe it was 2023. There was another like anime Souls game that came out earlier this year that was also kind of lame, but it was like the same style, you know. So, and then we got Lies of P Overture DLC, which is more of the same stuff. So it's really this. It's after a while, unless you're someone who really, really likes memorizing boss patterns and getting the timing right, so you can like, I don't know, you can no damage kill a boss or whatever. If you really like that, then you're probably gonna like all those type of games. But if you're someone who doesn't care for that, like you just want to get through the story, or you just want to like experience the level design and the combat, and then once you're done, it's like you're not gonna play the game anymore. I think those games are all kind of the same after a while. So I think they're kind of, I don't know, like if it's gonna get to a point where if that's the only type of game that we see from the studios that are up and coming, it's gonna be very disappointing, because so far, like, okay, let's look at the Chinese game development market. Let's analyze that. The Chinese game development market, Chinese games, in my opinion, fall into two buckets. There's two. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about like all the mobile games. Forget about the mobile games, because it's like another bucket. Chinese games have like two genres or two styles. They're either a gacha game, like a high-budget gacha game, like Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail, or Wuthering Waves, or whatever other similar style game. There's like so many of them now. Like that style of game, gacha games. And then there's the punishing, over-the-top action, like brutally punishing style games that are very engaging and very kind of addicting to play. Black Myth Wukong is that style. Wuchang is going to be that style, I assume. So it's like, and then there's Lost Souls aside, and there's a bunch of other ones. There's like a ton of trailers for PlayStation 5 for upcoming Chinese games that are all of that same kind of style. So you have Bucket A, gacha games, and then you have Bucket B, which is like action games. Parry or dodge-based action games. Like, Take your pick. You either are going to be playing gacha or you're going to be playing, like, action games. Like that. Where are the RPGs? Where are, like, meaning there's a lack of variety. There's a lack of variety. And that's not necessarily bad, but it certainly will lead to stagnation. It will definitely lead to a stale, stagnating market that lacks originality, unless the developers over there are kind of aware of that already and they're trying to branch out and do different things. Now, Hoyoverse is a good example of a studio that has tried to develop different styles of game, but they're all still gacha games at the end of the day. They're all still live service, FOMO, give me your money, roll it, high roll, gacha games. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. Even if we go further back before Genshin Impact, Honkai the Third, Genshin Impact, Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero. They've got like 4 or 5 gacha games, but they're all kind of different mostly. They all have different style. One of them is turn-based. One of them is like some side-scroller turn-based thing or action thing. One of them is a full open-world action. One of them is like an older version of that game. So it's like some studios, if they have the high budget, they can make different style of games, but I don't like how they're all the same live service slop in that regard. They have Delta Force? What is that? Is that another gacha game? What is Delta Force? Delta Force, what is that? This is like an Android thing? Delta Force. Who made... That's not made by Hoyoverse at all. Oh, a 2025 game? What is this game? This is like a UE5 single player? Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's not even... I don't know what that is. Where Winds Meet. Oh gosh.
Chinese
yeah,
gacha.
I know. Yeah. I couldn't remember the name. Where Winds Meet. A COD-like game. Oh, Chinese. It's a Chinese COD-like game. Okay. Is it a gacha game? Like, there's too many live service. Everything there is all about live service. It's easy to pick up and get into. It floods your brain with dopamine, so you want to keep playing the game, and eventually you want to spend money on the game. Like, that's the whole business model. And it works. It works. It's very successful. But it just, I don't know. I mean, there are people that will never play those type of games just because they're gacha games. There are people who have like a hard stance no on gacha games. And I think that's a real shame, because I feel like some of the Chinese developers' best studios are the studios that make gacha games. I think Hoyoverse is one of the best game developers out there right now. They've definitely proven to be one of the most competent, and they keep on adding content at a breakneck pace. I don't know how they do it. But, yeah, it's such a shame that it's all the efforts go into a gacha live service game. Like, really? Didn't even last a year. That's because it's all about marketing, and it has to be a very appealing game. That's the thing. Chinese making amazing games unlike most Western devs. I just kind of want to see them, because I feel like there's so much talent, but it's like there's too much emphasis on a specific business model, aka the gacha free to play, that it's a bummer. Because when you see games like Black Myth Wukong come out of China, like, it's like, wow, man, you can tell that they've got a lot of talent, but it's like, for every one Black Myth Wukong you get every 5 years, you'll get like a dozen gacha games. in the same 5 years. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's like that's why you end up in one bucket or the other. I feel like there's the people that will just play the gacha games, because I don't know about you guys, but if you guys ever try to look up like Genshin Impact on YouTube, you'll find so many YouTubers. You'll find YouTubers who their YouTube sub count is like orders of magnitude higher than mine, and all they do is make videos about like Genshin Impact or some random gacha game, whatever, like Honkai Star Rail, or Where Winds Meet, or Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is another one that I've seen a lot of people make videos about recently. Korean developers are also only 2 buckets. But you know what the Korean buckets are? Okay, I guess the Korean devs, they have gacha games also, but they're like mobile gachas. Korean developers have always been like what I've always considered like B tier MMO. It's like B tier MMOs. The B tier MMOs. Like, I think when someone says Korean developer, I think you know what I think of? I think of Vindictus, Continent of the Ninth Seal, which doesn't even exist in the West anymore. Terra. What is it? Lineage 2. Isn't Lineage 2 a Korean game? What was that one game that came out like last year that also kind of like flopped? It was the one that I was in the beta test for back in March of last year. I can't even remember the name, but see that's what I mean. B tier MMOs. Free to play B tier MMOs. That is what I think of when someone says Korean game dev. I think of like Continent of the Ninth Seal. That game had one of the coolest opening trailer, like the teaser trailer for C9 was so good, and then the gameplay was so bad. I think of Black Desert, Black Desert Online, all the like crazy action, but it's like there's no substance. It's all style and no substance in the game. Bless Unleashed. Oh man, hold on. Now I gotta look up the list. Korean MMOs. Like, let me see. Okay, here we go. Where's the... I'll just do it on here. Korean MMOs. Look at this. Lost Ark. Aeon. Blade and Soul. Lineage 2. Maple Story. Arcade was actually a pretty good one when it first came out. Arcade was pretty good. Lineage. Black Desert Online. That's a game that's all style and no substance. Ellsworth, that is like the definition of that phrase. Moo Online, Kyle Online, Dungeon Fighter Online, Echo of Soul, Sudden Attack. Wait, League of Legends? What? That's not what? You guys get the point. Like, all these like MMOs. Your Koreans doing this. Now, granted, some of them are pretty good. I think Terra was a Korean MMO, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it might have been. No, I'm pretty sure it was Korean. Arcade, though. Arcade was actually one of the best ones. Lineage 2, I heard. I never played Lineage 2, but Lineage 2 was pretty good. Black Desert Online was okay for like the first... Like, Black Desert Online was a game that you start out and it seems so fun. And then, like, on the second or third day of playing it, you realize that it's super boring. And I feel like that's a big problem for a lot of their games. Like, they get so boring after a while. They get so, like, there's like, what do you do? Like, if you're a new player. This is true for the gacha games from the Chinese developers, though. Like, I can't imagine somebody trying to start playing Genshin Impact in 2025. The amount of story that they have to sit through, because there's literally no skip button for the cutscenes, because they want you to experience all of the voiced dialogue. There's probably like, I don't know, like 30 hours or more of voiced dialogue cutscenes that you have to watch in Genshin Impact as a new player to go from brand new account all the way to current storyline. And I'm not even caught up with the storyline. I'm way behind. I'm probably like 1 year's worth of behind in Genshin Impact. So that's the problem with these games, though. Like these live service games, they're really good to play when they're brand new. If you miss the boat when the game is brand new, you might as well not even bother playing the game. That's the sad, harsh reality for these live service style games. Blade and Soul. What about Bless? Bless Unleashed. You guys remember Blessed? Or is it Bless or Blessed? Bless Unleashed. Remember that game? That was another Korean MMO. Similar to Black Desert Online. So that's what I think of when someone says Korean developers, Korean game. I think of these type of games. HTZ Sing Lies of P and Kazan and Stellar Blade. The thing is, those games are relatively recent, and the average person who has been playing games for a while isn't gonna think of those. That's not gonna be their first image of Korean games. Assuming they've been in the industry, they've been playing games for more than like 2 years. I mean, those games that you're mentioning aren't even like the money makers for Korean developers. It's all live service. And that in itself goes into the reason why you don't see a lot of this top talent of these game developer studios take the risk on making those type of games. Because they know those games have limited revenue generation compared to live service. Now, there's a cost involved with live service, though. Like, there's recurring cost of having to maintain the game. Like, having to continuously make new content. Continuously keep the server infrastructure up and running. Like, pay the lease costs on the data centers and stuff like that. So there's a lot that is involved in the expense of running a live service game like Genshin Impact or Black Desert Online versus making a one-time game like Black Myth Wukong or Stellar Blade. It might take you like 3 to 5 years to make the game, as long as you have enough investment capital to pay the developers to make the game, and then you finally ship a final product. You're gonna get the money earnings from selling the game at release, but after that, the earnings for the game are gonna trickle down. Like they're gonna basically hardline and trail off. That's the thing about one and done single player games like Lies of P. Like you make that game. Like this is the. It's like your earnings are gonna be like this. They're like this over the period of time. So the x-axis is time. The y-axis is how much money you're making. So when the game first comes out, you realize the highest sales. But over time, it's actually steeper than this. But whatever, like. It's actually more like this. Or if we want to be more specific, it's kind of like it peaks and then it just kind of like goes like that. That is the sales of a single player game. That's the revenue on a single player game. Wukong sold over 20 million copies. Okay. 20 million copies. Do you have any idea how much money Genshin Impact made in 1 month when they release a new character? Now, I know there's cost involved with maintaining the development of Genshin Impact, But if you think 20 million copies is impressive for a game that is going to taper off like this for the majority of the game's life cycle, you don't know anything about the gacha market. If you think 20 million is impressive. The crazy thing about the gacha games are they make so much money. The most successful gacha games, like Genshin Impact, make so much money. Like, oh man, I don't know if we want to go into this discussion about Genshin Impact monthly revenue. All right, let's take a look at this. This is an eye opener. So 20 million for Black Myth Wukong. Okay, that's cool. Genshin Impact's monthly revenue varies, but it has seen both record highs. In May of 2023, it generated $53.8 million, which was its lowest month since launch. However, it also reached over $170 million in a single month. Overall, Genshin Impact averages around $175 million per month. But see, this is the reason why the bulk, 95% or more of the Chinese game development market is all in on gacha. This is why. Because they're chasing the money. They're chasing the money. In May of 2025, the mobile version generated 27.7 million in-app purchases. Now that's only the mobile version. That is not including desktop and PlayStation 5. Because the game's also on PlayStation 5. It's multi-platform. So it's crazy. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why the industry, this is why the top talent goes to this style of game. And I don't know, maybe you guys weren't aware of this. I mean, I knew about this for years. But I guess this is the first time on a Tech Thursdays that we're talking about this. Mobile and gacha make the most money. Okay, not just gacha, live service. Live service and mobile, which is mostly all just live service, makes the most money. These are the cash cows. But see, this is why they chase this style of game. That's why it goes back to what I said at the beginning of the discussion. There's two buckets. There's the live service bucket, and then there's like the single player, high production value, one and done style game. And I hope we can persuade millionaire investors to give us enough cash so we can actually hire developers to make that game. That's how it. Like, it is way harder. It is much, much harder for game developers, like small development studios starting out, to convince angel investors to go all in on giving them hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of dollars to make a game like Black Myth Wukong versus a game like Genshin Impact. Because on paper, because there's literally so much math you can show them why the gacha game is the way to go. Because even if you're taking the gamble, think about it this way. The gamble on making, like, assuming the game is average. Let's say the game is, like, average. An average gacha game that'll eventually fizzle out after, like, 3 to 5 years will still pull in way more revenue over those 3 to 5 years versus a one-and-done average game that is kind of like Black Myth Wukong, but not nearly as good. Because we're talking average. We're not talking about like, oh, it's amazing. We're not talking about Game of the Year material. We're talking about you convinced someone like Mark Cuban to give you $10 million to go and like hire some people to make your game, and then you went off to some other guy and you convinced him to give you like $4 million. You convinced somebody to give you like $350K here and there. Basically, you gather angel investor capital to hire developers to make the game. And if the game ends up, and let's say you have like 3 years, 4 years to make the game, and then you finally make the game after like 3 to 4 years. And let's say you made a game like Black Myth Wukong, but it ends up not being as good as Black Myth Wukong. We're talking about outcomes here. We're not talking about ideal. So if it's an average action game, do you think that the return on that is going to get as much as like an average gacha game? No. No. The average gacha game on mobile is going to earn way more in its lifetime, even if it eventually fizzles out and dies. It's going to earn way more money than like some random average game that has to sell constantly on Steam sell for like $2, $2.99 or whatever, you know, like, or $1.99 or whatever. Like, that's just how it goes. I mean, and that's the reason why, that is the reason why it is so much harder, or it's so much more challenging to get to see games like Black Myth Wukong come out versus games like Wuthering Waves, Where Winds Meet, Honkai Star Rail, Honkai Third, Genshin Impact. That's why you see so many of those games come out. The only way, one example I'll give you of where Chinese development has been farmed or has been utilized by a Western studio was, or like a Western publisher company. Like, who did Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals was developed by a Chinese studio. But it is for... NetEase did it, but who is the... NetEase is a Chinese studio. Who was the publisher, though? Oh, NetEase. Oh, NetEase published it. Oh, I guess, but I thought... Oh, Marvel. Marvel owns the royalties. So Marvel basically went to them, I think that's how the story goes, to have them create the hero shooter, which was a huge success. Marvel Rivals was very successful. So, this is an example of leveraging those talented studios to develop a really good game that is not a typical, you know, gacha game. So this is a really good example, actually, of how that shows that really good games, because this I played Marvel Rivals. I actually thought this game was really good. Now, I'm not someone who cares much about the hero shooter genre, so I didn't play much of it, but what I played, I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I thought it was a really good game. So okay, so Borderlands 4 is 5th game. What? Unless they mess it up. I don't know, I kind of think those type of games like Borderlands, they kind of have to prove themselves first, because there's always like, if there's a lot of controversy, or there's a lot of like, what is the word? Anxiety within their own fan base about the game, kind of like how there was with Doom: The Dark Ages. We'd have to wait for the game to come out. I would never say Borderlands 4 is going to be one of the Game of the Year contenders, because it has to prove itself. So it has to come out in order for it to even be considered. But anyway, guys, I think that kind of filled in the last hour of the stream. We kind of ran through everything earlier. So, I think that's it. But we will be streaming Donkey Kong Bonanza this weekend, if you guys want to tune into that and see my own impressions of that game. But yeah, it seems like so far, out of all the games that have come out this year, I have covered most of the big ones that I think are contenders for Game of the Year. That's not true for every game that I've covered on stream, but it's true for a lot of them, especially the ones that came out in Q2. So, okay, guys, well, that's going to be it. Thanks for tuning in. If you guys are new, those of you that are new to the channel, and you just tuned in for your first time or whatever, you just kind of randomly stumbled across this stream. So we do these Tech Thursdays live shows every Thursday, as the name implies, it's Tech Thursdays. And feel free to ask any tech-related questions, even if it causes me to stop whatever we're talking about at the time. The topics of the week are things that I kind of just like choose as starting talking points. They're not required. So like if people just ask tech questions and the entire stream turns into like discussions about various different topics, just then so be it. That's what makes this unique, actually. I think some of the best discussions from Tech Thursdays have come from answering viewer questions rather than like me just regurgitating like some random news article from WCCF Tech. Props to WCCF Tech because I've used them a lot, and I also use Tech Power Up a lot for the actual news articles of the week. But yeah, other than that, we do gaming-focused live streams on the weekend. Usually one of them is pretty much guaranteed. Sometimes there's none. Sometimes there's two. On very rare occasions, there's three. So that really just depends on my availability. Or if there's like some like really important game that just came out and we gotta cover it and whatever. And that's kind of true because Donkey Kong Bonanza just came out. The last time we did this, it was for Death Stranding last month. And then before that, it was Elden Ring Night Reign. So we kind of do like one major game release a month. And it's usually a game that gets high reviews for me to cover it. So that's typically, unless I get the game for free. That's true. Like Doom the Dark Ages, that was free. That was free courtesy of NVIDIA. And then the other time I did a free live stream or free game live stream was Assassin's Creed Shadows. That was courtesy of Intel. So sometimes the games are covered because they're kind of, I don't want to say they're not sponsored streams at all, but like they were given to me for free from another source. So sometimes we do that, but most of the time it's because there's a game that came out and it's like really, really good. And it has really high reviews. So, and that game right now is Donkey Kong Bonanza. So that is the next game that we're going to be streaming. We're putting Death Stranding 2 on hold because I have not finished Death Stranding 2. And I haven't streamed it in a while. But we're kind of like, that game is kind of stalling out because there's these other games now. Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming in. Soon, I may or may not cover Wuchang. A lot of people voted no to Wuchang, so now I'm going to have to really think more critically on whether or not I want to actually cover that game, because I don't know. I mean, I could always just not cover that game at all and just play Bonanza, do the Monster Hunter event thing next week, and that's it. But we'll have to think about that. So I don't know too much about that game. We were talking about Souls-like fatigue, and I think that game's another Souls-like, so I don't know. I did not really enjoy First Berserker, so I may skip that game, but we'll see. But anyway, guys, that's kind of the format for the live streams, and then we also do like the regular uploads on the channel if there's some tech-related thing that you don't really find other channels covering. Like, for example, we did Thunderbolt 5 recently. We did another one on, I can't remember, but it was like something with... USB 4 and external graphics cards. So we cover kind of like niche topics that are more suited toward power users or actual tech enthusiasts. So if you like that sort of content, do get subscribed to the channel. And if you want to get notified so you can tune into the live streams when I go live, you want to hit the bell icon for that. So once again, thank you all for tuning in. And if I don't see you on the Donkey Kong Bonanza stream this weekend, I will see you on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you then. Thanks.